Guanlong capitalism unleashed farmers. The backbone of Russian capitalism, and the primary demographic of the Soviet Republic and early Union, had been the farming classes. In 1926, these classes constituted 83% of the Soviet population. By 1975, the total farming population had been reduced to 20% of the population. Almost all of that 20% were devoted first to their collective farms for regular paychecks, and only secondly to their private plots that were 3/4 of an acre. Workers in 1926, the industrial working class and those workers involved in the construction and transportation industries had a total of 5 million persons. In 1975, workers in these categories were 62 million. Of the latter, some were involved in private market legal selling, service providing and exchange, but this was clearly the type of income supplemental to their regular paychecks. Truly illegal private capitalist activity existed by 1953, but had been closely watched, police regulated and utilized MOCR style. All this aside from what was the stipulated legal capitalist activity, that always implied some degree of illegal, theft, activity. Because persons involved took from the public teat for private benefit at least some of their tools and or resources. In a manner similar to the way US and Canadian secretaries take from their day job employment, office supplies for their home businesses. Soviet law allowed certain forms of hiring of labor such as household domestic staff, and certain kinds of private entrepreneurial activity. In this latter case, the boundary between legal and illegal was arbitrary by nature and not difficult to get around. Collective farmers were allowed to cultivate up to 3/4 of an acre for private gain. Certain other non-farming elements were accorded the same privilege. By 1974, only 17 years after the Khrushchev Central Committee victory, 1/3 of collective farmer work time was spent on these plots, 10% of national GDP work time. One can see that in the case of agriculture this system invited corruption inherently, in the form of stealing seeds, fertilizer, equipment, cattle feed, water and of course transportation. You can't really blame the farmers because where else could they turn to get what they needed since all of this was publicly owned as part of the first economy? They did not have the option of going to Walmart or Home Depot to get these things. Private property. Contrary to capitalist propaganda, personal property in the USSR was never endangered by the socialist order. Included in the category of personal property was housing. At least if you had a house before the revolution and were not a class enemy, or built one with your own hands after the revolution, it was your legal personal property. Thus, housing became another source of growth potential for the second capitalist economy. By 1975, 1/4 of the Soviet city population lived in such private housing. Inevitably, this led to corruption in the form of renting rooms. Charging rent was illegal. Such renting was commonplace in Cuba when I visited 16 years ago. Hiring illegal construction activity by underground firms was normal, such as the illegal Mexican labor component in the California housing industry, without which that industry as currently constructed could not function. Keep in mind that with Home Depot option being non-existent, this meant that building materials had to be stolen from public resources. In mining, and in the oil field, individual entrepreneurs could mine and drill provided they sold to the government. That was the way gold mined by prospectors in U.S. states like Idaho had to be sold to the U.S. government, until recently. Bribery of regulatory officials and policemen was an inherent function of this second economy activity. One could easily declare any specific act a crime otherwise. Doctors, teachers, craftsmen, tutors, dentists, veterinarians, and virtually any professional could legally sell his or her services, within easily avoided or evaded constraints. Any person could sell their personal private property. Who was to say how a used item had been originally obtained? In 1950, this percentage of the total economy was 22%. Growth ratios. In 1979, this percentage was about 10%. But the overall size of the second economy had grown because the first economy, by which we measure the percentages just quoted, was growing massively. So the second economy, while percentile smaller, was much larger in gross terms. Yet, even this would have made the second economy no more than a significant portion of economic activity. At least, until the great traitor Gorbachev began wholesale introduction of capitalist economics in 1985. We must look elsewhere to see how the new class of the first economy expanded their economic and political power beyond their utilization of petty bourgeois entrepreneurial activity. We don't have to look very far. What did grow was the illegal criminal component of the second capitalist economy. Mafia. Rise of organized crime in 1953, Stalin died and Beria was removed. Thereafter, illegal money-making presented a much greater problem than legal activity. Illegal activity eventually assumed an astounding array of forms, eventually penetrating all aspects of Soviet life, and was limited only by the boundaries of human ingenuity. The most common form of criminal economic activity took the form of stealing from the state, that is, from the workplaces and public organizations. Kirin and Carey, 2004:55-56, in addition to the petty theft we have already mentioned, wholesale theft began to occur. That is true wholesale activity. Large-scale systematic thefts on docks and from air and land transport, cargo warehouses, ships, planes and trucks became commonplace. These required retail outlets. Criminal swag organizations, exactly as in the USA and Western Europe, emerged. These activities required police and judges to be suborned and disciplined to mafia-type operations. 4 Curses of Modern World. Communist historians, not to mention historians in general, remain blissfully unaware of all of this in capitalist countries and most especially in socialist ones. At bottom, this is why when we list the 4 deadly curses of the modern world we must include naivete as the number 1 curse. For those of you with an interest in these sorts of things, I have included in the modern world's 4 curses, and in this order of importance: 1. Naive ultraleftism, 2. Trotskyism, 3. Modern revisionism, and 4. Anarchism. Think of the 8 curses of ancient Egypt as the analog. Institutionalizing criminal illegality. Managers in the Soviet Union had a long history of bad acts, and we reviewed many of these early ones in Chapter 12. Then at least the bad acts, e.g., hoarding supplies, had been part of paving a road of good intentions. No longer. Now these bad acts were pure criminal endeavors aimed at lining one's pocket to the max. Black market selling of large quantities of goods reported as spoilage, or lost. Layaway plans for the well-to-do buyers of the best merchandise, goods, food, and to hell with the public. These buyers paid special tips to those so engaged, putting goods on waiting lists. Invited the practice of selling list positions to highest bidders who paid to go to the top of said list. Speculation was invited when higher income persons could buy more than what they required for personal consumption, for selling at a later date at a much higher price. Organizing of the repairs and services for houses, cars, sewing and tailoring, moving furniture and transporting household contents, became major sources of illegal profit. It was not long until large-scale tract housing construction operations were organized by the Russian mafia. Personal home construction, always legal for an individual worker, was transformed into the completely illegal capitalist spec housing construction business. In other words, identical to the way it was and is conducted in the USA. Large-scale bribery of police and judges was essential here. Nor was this large-scale production restricted to housing. By 1975, tens of thousands of these illegal factories had been built nationwide on the QT. Every conceivable type of commodity began to be produced in these illegal factories after 1953: clothes, shoes, household appliances, and a variety of small items such as sunglasses, handbags and gloves, knickknacks. Such large-scale production, underground illegal production, could not happen in a cottage industry way. It had to take place through the back door of legal above-ground factories. These factories meant workers were hired and exploited for their labor power, exactly as in the USA. Capital was accumulated through a variety of typical capitalist investment house practices. As in New York City, every cop on the beat and every judge on the bench were suborned. A bourgeois class structure emerged, with New York 5 family style, super-millionaire Russian criminal family clans at the top. Big bourgeois, soprano style, boss families as middle-level management, and your basic hood and one man, or one woman as in house hooking, house-based criminal enterprise at the bottom. The Communist Party of the Soviet Union played the role of the Catholic Church and its hierarchy in New York's Italian boroughs, going on as if everything were fine except for a few persons who had lost their way. Needless to say, a Stalinist police operation would have prevented all of this and or reversed it once underway. That is precisely why the anti-Stalinist Khrushchev government was so absolutely essential to the rise of the secondary economy in general, and organized crime in particular. The Khrushchev bullshit about Stalin's crimes and violations of socialist legality was nothing more than an invented cover for this counter-revolutionary process of restoring capitalism. The Fat Boys narrative started out with an elaboration of Trotsky's lies, and then he gave it a life of its own. In 1956 NS, Khrushchev gave his last hour secret speech to the party Congress. The rewarding of mentally challenged authors, and a variety of Russian misanthropic iconoclastic malcontents, by the Western cap press, was nothing more than encouragement of this ongoing restorationist activity. In 1985, Gorbachev turned the Soviet press over to the worst of all persons crowd. Then all that was required was for anti-communist ideology to reach a critical mass. To finish the job, it remained to have the right mafia man in the right place to give socialism in its proper form the coup de grace. It came in the form of the assassination of Andropov and Chernenko. Then the rise of Gorbachev. Chapter 25 Seesaw 2 The Cold War 1973 to 1989. In 1968, during the Tet Offensive, the Rockefellers had decided to wind up the failed strategy of globally confronting Bolshevism with armed force. Instead, they were in favor of a temporary live and let live agenda with socialism. In 1972, they sent Nixon and Kissinger to Peking to make peace with the leader of the world's socialist stage, Mao Zedong. I was familiar with many of these details because high-ranking Rockefeller U.S. agents had asked my mentor, the late Frank Pastana, for his help in arranging this sit-down between Kissinger, then Nixon, and Kissinger the following year, and Chairman Mao. You may recall this book is dedicated first to Frank Pastana. Frank was the head of his own organization then, the U.S.-China People's Friendship Association, having previously been, along with his wife Jean Kidwell, one of the two principal attorneys for the CUSA on the West Coast. These two had left the CUSA when it began its long slide down the slippery slope of modern revisionism. In China, Frank had met with Chairman Mao and PRC government boss Zhou Enlai, and he then followed their advice to return to the USA and continue his work. Along the way, he helped the newly emerging Progressive Labor Party to replace the renegade CUSA and become the real Communist Party in the USA. The Chinese leaders and Frank knew the CUSA had been taken over by the gringo modern revisionists, the FBI, and was siding with the Soviet new class bosses. Chairman Mao would later refer to Frank as my outpost on the west coast of the United States. As 1973 opened, and the US was exiting from Indochina, the Cold War began to take on a new shape. For our purposes, let us continue to follow the petroleum thread in imperialism's many-colored coat. October 16, 1973, exporters set the price. Dr. Hammer had broken the oil company's ability to set the price of international crude and introduced tough negotiated bargaining over price and profit sharing. Then the Egyptian and Syrian attack on Israel on Yom Kippur almost succeeded. October 6 through 12, 1973, saw the Yom Kippur War place the Arab nations and Iran in the oil-exporting position they had been angling for since their first fledgling attempts to establish a price-setting cartel, OPEC, a decade earlier. They were now in position to set the price unilaterally themselves. Deep Battle 1973, Israel faces annihilation. On October 5, 1973, Israel could mobilize 250,000 men within 24 hours. The Jewish state had excellent strategic positions ranging from the Suez Canal, they considered their bulwarks along the canal to be invulnerable, to strategic dominance against Syria and Lebanon. In the morning, October 6, 1973, 100,000 Egyptian soldiers, with 1,000 tanks waited to cross the canal and quickly get through openings to be created in the bulwarks. In the event, it took 4 hours under fire for the Egyptians to get their first tanks across the canal, through water cannon blasted out openings. Within an hour they were miles into Sinai. At midday, October 6, 1973, hundreds of Egyptian and Syrian fighter bombers struck Israel everywhere behind the lines, while nearly 2,000 field pieces opened up on Israeli positions on both the Egyptian and Syrian borders. Soviet deep battle strategy had come to Arabia. That is, one could see the clear influence of Soviet military doctrine, known also as deep operations, apparently had been well learned by both the Egyptians and Syrians as they blasted Israel's fixed positions to bits, and broke up their rear into so many scenes of chaos it was a wonder they ever got a defense together at all. The Israelis did, but they had to threaten Arabia with atomic attack in order to get both the US and USSR to step in before Israel was obliterated from the face of the earth. Unbeknownst to the Israelis, and needless to say to the always intelligence challenged gringos, the Soviet Union had installed its most advanced SAMs to cover the canal against Israeli warplanes. So, while Egyptian armies blasted away the canal bulwarks the Israelis had built, made of sand, with high-pressure water cannon, the Israeli counter-strike by air flew directly into a trap, a killing bottle. In other words, when the Egyptians and Syrians launched their surprise attack on the 6th of October, 1973, the Israeli Air Force flew against them and was caught in the SAM trap where most of its best jet fighters were blown out of the air. Without adequate air cover, Israel was finished. Arab troops blasted their way through Sinai, into northern Israel and the Golan Heights, occupied Syrian territory. 1,200 Syrian tanks and 60,000 soldiers were attacking and breaking through all along the line. Israel called for total mobilization of all reservists as well as active duty personnel. It took 2 days to get reinforcements together in an organized fashion to enter the northern fight. In the meantime, Israeli tanks a few miles away tried to plug the gap in the canal wall. However, they now encountered new Soviet anti-tank missiles that could be steered by soldiers on the ground during their flight. The Israeli tank force was destroyed. Golda Meir begged Washington to save Israel by restocking her armaments. But Israel could not win on both fronts at the same time. The northern fight was most strategically important. Massive Arab armies were only a few miles from Israel's heartland. Israel saved. Then the Syrians stopped. The reason was massive Israeli bribes paid to Syrian top generals and Swiss bank transfers. Accordingly, the Syrians lost the initiative at just the moment they could have struck the decisive lethal blow against their enemy. The Israelis, fighting for their very existence, now pushed everything they had into the northern fight and began to retake some land. Within 24 hours, the Israelis, fighting heroically, sacrificing the creme of their young soldiers, turned the tide and were within 30 miles of the Syrian capital of Damascus. Aftermath on West Front. Anyway, coming to the rescue of Syria, Egypt's President Anwar Sadat had launched a powerful, but high-risk, attack against Israel. Now came the biggest tank battle of the war. As Egyptian tanks moved forward and out from under their SAM cover, they left themselves vulnerable to U.S. restocked Israeli warplanes, which knocked out 260 Egyptian tanks while losing only 20 of their own. Within 3 days, Washington landed thousands of tanks and warplanes in Israeli ports. Israel had bought enough time to rearm, reorganize, and frighten their population to death about the otherwise imminent destruction of their country, them personally, and their property. Israel survived by the closest call imaginable. The Israelis had to do something fast if they had any hope of winning, because Israel cannot win a war of attrition. It is the smallest country in the world, and simply cannot militarily prevail surrounded by every people in its neighborhood, all of which hated them and every fiber of what they stood for. Thus, Israel launched their own attack across the canal and succeeded in destroying the SAM air screen so that the newly US-supplied warplanes could blast the Egyptian army on the West Bank into total disarray. It was deep battle again, in reverse this time. Climax. This time the Soviet President Leonid Brezhnev said he would intervene unilaterally if the US did not join in a joint effort. The US went to full alert with its Triad Strike organization. But the US told the Israelis to back off. Consider that you won. For their part, the Egyptians lost. In the end, the Arabs had insufficient strength to continue. The Syrians were ready to sue for peace. By surviving, Israel won the war. Israel had saved itself, but just barely. However, Israel had been so badly beaten up in the war she was in no position to enforce any wishes of her European and American imperialist sponsors. The US was in no position to intervene militarily in Arabia or Persia, due to its ongoing commitments to its lost war in Indochina, and the concomitant rebellion of the North American people, which was so powerful that even the Cap Congress had to go along. No more imperialist wars for the moment. The Soviet Union, on the other hand, had no such constraints and had proven its reliability in supplying and then resupplying both Syrian and Egyptian forces. Furthermore, the Soviets had prevented the Israelis from pulling their fat out of the fire and counterattacking, destroying the Egyptian and Syrian governments, at the last minute, despite massive secret US airlift of war supplies and material, by threatening military intervention and having a Soviet parachute army standing by to drop into the canal zone. As Soviet warships carrying nuclear weapons closed on the Mediterranean coast. Syria saved. Hafez Assad's son Bashir Assad as president reformed his army and removed the traitors and kept an honest high command. For this, the Israeli and gringo rulers would never forgive him. They launched a war of crackpot Islamists against Syria. Wahhabists they organized and sent against the Syrian Arab Republic. Then, in 2016, the newly rearmed and emerging new class government in Moscow finally showed what it had accomplished, and entered the US war against Syria for Bashir Assad. As 2018 opens, Assad has won the war launched against him by Gringolandia and its Arabian comprador states. Decisively important to the Assad victory was the support of re-emerging Russia. Meanwhile, in 1973, in Kuwait City, the oil ministers of the Arab world conferred, first with the Iranians present, then among themselves alone. Coming out of the meeting was the announcement that the price of oil would be raised by some 70% and companies could take it or leave it. The Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries, OPEC, had teeth. Embargo, supertankers' new World Petroleum Order. Their oil weapon in the form of the Arab embargo had been unsheathed first by Nasser and now by Sadat. The imperialist oil monopolies were threatened by the ability of the Arabs to cut off all of their oil by 1. Shutting down pipelines, or if necessary, 2. Blocking the canal again, or 3. In the last resort, setting the oilfields ablaze. Contracts, pipelines, all this meant far less in the new real world. Why? Because one technological innovation remained to the imperialists, and that was the idea of the supertanker. Congenitally unable to think in any but the most short-sighted, unintelligent way, when it comes to matters of greed, the imperialists had refused to invest in research, exploration, or anything else that was capital-intensive. With a few exceptions. We have seen one of those in the form of the Schlumberger monopoly worldwide on oilfield service. We were about to see a second. The Japanese invention of the supertanker. While the gringo bosses and their Brit lapdogs went about trying to make excuses and disavow their alliance with Israel, the Japanese had been doing something much more to the point. Namely, building a super big oil tanker. They were taking the Nobel invention of cargo bulk oil shipping to its ultimate and final breathtaking step. Building ships of new steel so big they could carry enough oil to fund an entire market for an extensive period of time. These new super ships could pick oil up anywhere, meaning they were no longer directly dependent upon the exporting countries for anything. History proves Israel must now act fast to save itself. The Anglo-Saxon supporters of Israel are willing to abandon their ally, when times get tough. Something the Israeli leaders have always known would happen. This is the reason they have prepared their defense in an atomic manner that in no way depends upon the same people who had let them be slaughtered in Europe before they had a homeland. Atom bombs are no joke, and it is only Israel's possession of those weapons, in the end, that saved them. 2018 Israeli leaders should really take a long look at their alliance with US imperialism. Despite Netanyahu's placing all his eggs in the Trump basket, the USA is in precipitous decline. It will be no more ultimately reliable to them now than it has been in the past. The gringo-dominated post-Yalta Middle East is dissolving overnight from Tunisia to Egypt. The Gulf states, Yemen, Iraq, Syria, Iran, and even Saudi Arabia are all in play. Whatever comes out may not be good for Israel. Israeli leaders have an alternative, but they have to act fast. The current regime has made what could be a final fatal mistake choosing Trump. Failure to wake up may lead them to the total destruction they almost suffered in the Arab attack of 1973. Soon Iran will be the second greatest threat Israel faces as the surrounding Arab world becomes independent of US imperialism, striking out on its own independent course. This new course will take Israel's abolition in stride as one of its principal objectives, unless Israel acts quickly with a new foreign policy. The handwriting is on the wall. Israel still has time, but not too much time. The Jewish people will survive no matter what happens to Israel. Back at the ranch since 1953, U.S. shipbuilders had been taking the position that supertankers could not be built because of the size and weight of the cargo and the insufficient strength of then available alloyed steels. However, Japanese shipbuilders were already building super big tankers. Soon, with the invention of supersteel, the entire project had taken on a new life. By 1957, and the end of the Suez Crisis, the Japanese had the ships and the ability to travel to Iran and Arabia and just about anywhere else to pick up loads of oil and get it back to the industrial heartland of their new empire. Within a decade, Japan was creating supertankers with 5 times the capability of these early ones. In 1968, 6 new Japanese tankers were getting ready to go on a permanent run from Iran to Japan, each with a capacity in excess of 300,000 tons of cargo. This was 7 times the size of the 1957 generation of supertankers. No longer would physical control of the oilfields be the key issue. Now it would be price. British caps gets lucky North Sea oil. Always preferring to steal rather than work to get what they want, the Brit capitalists along with their French allies had lost Arabian oil to Nasser and the Arab Revolution. What happened to save them in the end was the huge oil strike in the North Sea. In 1973, the same year as the Arabs almost liquidated Israel, exploration offshore Norway and the UK had yielded evidence of enormous quantities of oil in the North Sea, and at levels not even very deep. By 1975, Britain's Labour Fakir Prime Minister Harold Wilson was able to say that by 1980 Britain might well be the head of OPEC. Iranian Islamic Revolution, January 1978. The corrupt US puppet Iran regime of their creation, the government of the so-called Shah of Iran Reza Pahlavi, was doomed to overthrow when his nincompoop son, the 1960s Shah, inherited the throne. It was inevitable he would be overthrown by a coalition led by Iranian capitalist farmers under the leadership of the extremely orthodox Shia spiritual boss Ayatollah Khomeini. The exit for the North Americans was extremely messy as they had no leadership whatsoever on the ground in Persia, or for that matter in the halls of government in Washington. Ken Follett's book On the Wings of Eagles describes the situation about as well as I think it can be described. This is the story of how H. Ross Perot organized and carried out an armed rescue and prison break for a number of his employees being held in Tehran. In the process, they released all the prisoners in Tehran's central jail. A subsequent TV miniseries of the same name is excellent historically and dramatically. For our purposes, we should note that Iranian communists seized control of the oilfields. They established what they called the Committee of 60, which was composed primarily of the party's technocratic arm, in alliance with the industrial workers in the oilfield plants and refineries. However, without a strong party organization in other critical economic sectors, of the working class and working farming masses, the Communist Party could not proceed to the seizure of state power. Thus, it was eventually cornered by the ignorant black hundreds of the Islamic crackpots and liquidated. For our purposes, in following the petroleum thread in this new multicolored coat of international imperialist expansion, we should note the Islamic Revolution succeeded in bringing the capped classes of the world to their knees once again. Even though Iranian output was only about 6% of the world's then total daily consumption, it came on top of dislocations in supply already being experienced by the competing imperialist oil monopolies. Where the 4 Aramco partners had locked out others, like BP, from Saudi Arabia, the main Arab producer. Also, it came after the Japanese had increased their private take of Iranian production. Secret agreements on price, much to the disadvantage of the other oil monopolies, took some 20% of Iran's total daily consumption. Jap caps faced the dire fact of almost immediate industrial paralysis should the new Muslim bosses in Iran choose to cut off their oil. A collapse of the Japanese economy would trigger a global capitalist collapse. The Japanese negotiated their way out and saved the global cap economy along the way. In 2008, a collapse came anyway, triggered by the greed of US imperialism in the subprime mortgage crisis. At the time all of this was going on in the late 1970s, I had my hands full in South America. So, like you, I have had to learn much about those years from the historical record. By the time I got back to the States in late September 1980, the future of the US and Persia had been settled once and for all. No more oil for Gringolandia from Iran, except as it suited the Ayatollahs. Venezuela standing up. Meanwhile in Latin America the tide was turning in favor of the national patriotic bourgeoisie and the national comprador bourgeoisie too. The latter joining the former time and time again to expel Gringoism, US control of local economies, in favor of themselves taking command of their own working people, exploiting them on their own for their benefit, not the benefit of the gringos. Thus, from the early days of Juan and Eva Perón in Argentina, 1940s and early 50s, to the viceroyalties of the gringo regime of the 1970s and 1980s, in Peru, Colombia, Venezuela, and Ecuador, the cry was arising, Perón sí Yankee no. Peru sí, Yankee no! And so on. Alongside Cuban socialism, patriotic bourgeois, working class and farmer leaders throughout Latin America were forming guerrilla armies to overthrow the local fascist and US comprador regimes by direct Castro and Guevara-like action. In Venezuela, as we have seen, the US imperialist oil monopolies and the US government had thoroughly tamed the all-too-willing-to-be corrupted regime of General Gómez. Subsequent regimes in Caracas had been just as corrupt. The end to all of this had to come, which is to say the end for the imperialists was inevitable, as the national bourgeoisie in Venezuela was chomping at the bit for a chance to get rich running their own country. Again, alongside, was a rapidly expanding communist movement, inspired by the success of Fidel Castro and Che Guevara. In 1948, the oil monopoly succeeded in a military coup in placing a colonel in charge of the Venezuelan government. The Truman administration had its new imperialist foreign policy in place, having canned FDR's within 2 weeks. The new US fascist bosses were in full command and fully backed the new military tyranny. The gringo's new boss was Marco Pérez Jiménez. He was of exactly the same type as good old General Gómez, the oil companies had liked so well, before he had been unseated by local left-wing troublemakers. This was the period of Gringolandia, attempting and often succeeding in establishing fascism in its own image throughout the world, especially in Latin America. As in their earlier adventures against democracy in Guatemala and Cuba, adventures in organizing the fascist military operations of Castillo Armas and Fulgencio Batista, respectively. The 1958 overthrow of oil monopoly stooge Pérez Jiménez brought a temporary progressivism to Caracas. Among other things, this resulted in the new bosses sending military and other support to Fidel Castro, then fighting the final life and death battles for Cuba's liberation in the Sierra Maestra Mountains of Cuba's Orient province. The first change in oil policy came as the new regime in Caracas hired once again the man who more than any other would shape the democratic direction for Venezuela's oil company PDVSA. His name was José Pablo Pérez Alfonso. Pérez Alfonso had been around a long time with a lot of scrapes with the oil companies and their government stooges. Most of this time, as a result, had been spent in exile. Now he had the opportunity to reshape Venezuela's oil policy so more of the money would actually, 1. Come to Venezuela under the never adhered to but always quoted 50-50 principle, and 2. Be for the benefit of a broader social program for the people of Venezuela. PDVSA. The first great change occurred in 1973. It centered around the creation of a Venezuelan form of Pemex which they called PDVSA. PDVSA is how these Spanish initials are pronounced in Spanish, with SA thrown in at the end, because SA is the Spanish equivalent for Inc., or Incorporated. PDVSA, Petróleo de Venezuelos, would evolve exactly as had Pemex in Mexico, which meant the focus of corruption would be on the relationship between the Oilfield Workers Union and the imperialist oil bosses directly, just as it was and is in Mexico today. Remember, just because the oilfields are national property doesn't mean private enterprise is not involved. It is, and always has been, heavily involved in every way in Mexico and also in Venezuela. Most oilfield service contracting in Mexico has always been done by Mexican privateers, e.g., Armando Leva Torres, and the international oil service monopolies, at that time Schlumberger, Halliburton, and NL Industries. So it would be in Venezuela. And the labor leaders in Mexico and later in Venezuela were labor gangsters almost to a man. Trillions have been extorted from the oilfield in both countries by these gangsters. This is a special form of legal combined with illegal corruption so unique it has its own group of U.S. oil scholars and several universities. 1982 crisis in Mexico. And in Mexico all was not well for imperialism either. I happened to be there and lived through the crisis. In 1982 and 1983, I was the assistant manager for Enel Industries' Mexican oilfield service operations. In Mexico, where we operated under the duped-in trade name of Enel Schaefer de Mexico S.A. de CV. At that time, Schaefer was an oilfield blowout preventer company assimilated by the Borg-like expansion of Enel as one of the world's three biggest oilfield service conglomerates. Schaefer already had legal status in Mexico, and so we used it to bring in all the other Enel divisions. For example, Enel McCullough, which was the real operator for Enel in Mexico, and where I was a logging engineer. Well, logging engineering is the key technocratic position in the realm of oilfield service known in the industry as wireline, i.e., logging, perforating, and pipe recovery. I was also Enel McCullough's assistant manager for Mexico. For a more detailed discussion of my activities at that time, read Volume 6 Third Crusade in my autobiographical series. BOP stands for Blowout Prevention in the Oilfield. My knowledge of the Mexican oilfield went back to 1962, when, at the foot of Carlos Prieto, I learned about the STPRM, Oilfield Workers Union of the Republic of Mexico, and its then new boss Joaquin Hernandez Galicia, known as La Quina, throughout the nation. His closest comrade in arms, as described in the STPRM propaganda, was then a senator from Tamaulipas, Salvador Barragán Camacho. He was another labor gangster who had taken the number 2 spot next to La Quina in exchange for his oath of fealty and more down-to-earth self-interest in exploiting every aspect of the Oilfield Workers Union for personal benefit, as instructed by his new, closest comrade, La Quina. In September 1982, I knew all this from 20 years earlier. In 1962, Carlos Prieto had told me how he had first personally encountered the new labor boss. Carlos had been on a trip to Tampico doing a documentary film for Pemex. As they approached the refinery La Quina, and his men had stopped the incoming caravan, La Quina personally mounted the cab carrying Carlos Prieto, demanding money if they wished to enter and do their filming. Carlos told me he had almost lost his life without knowing it when he had refused. Upon telling this story to the local Pemex manager of the refinery, he said the manager became quite upset and left the room. Why? To pay La Quina himself and beg forgiveness for the ignorant intellectuals from Mexico City. Whereupon, Carlos launched into a long diatribe about how the labor gangsters had killed off, or bought off, the communists with plomo o plata, lead or silver, and the sad state of labor relations in Mexico. Anyway, I had this data under my belt by the time I arrived in Villahermosa, Tabasco, 20 years later, in September 1982. My job was to take up the position of assistant manager for Enel Industries. But I had secret orders to shut down the entire Mexican operation when the word was given from Houston. The gringo regime had encouraged the Mexicans to borrow, and borrow still more, from the U.S. oligarchy and its banks. That encouragement coming in the form of huge bribes. For the Mexican people, that borrowing was justified by the immense Mexican oil reserves and the assured annual income it produced. And for the social programs introduced and for which the Union claimed credit for itself. These programs were important for the oilfield workers and their families. They were a mere pittance compared to the billions being stolen outright by these Union gangsters, many of whom I knew well through their wives. See my book Third Crusade for the details. In 1982, a problem flowed from globally collapsing oil prices and the subsequent inability of the Mexican government to pay its bills, i.e., for lack of cash. Then it got further complicated when the Mexican oil minister ran afoul of the 1976 to 1982 PRI President José López Portillo, JLP. The Pemex chief is considered a minister despite the fact he is technically under the Energy Ministry. The oil minister was the Mexican aristocrat Jorge Díaz Serrano, a longtime partner of George H. W. Bush in a variety of U.S. and Mexican offshore oilfield service and actual oil ventures, including Zapata Petroleum in Texas and Permargo in Mexico. Permargo was the Mexican government-contracted marine drilling company of Bush and Díaz Serrano. It gave these two capitalists everything every capitalist wants, which is no competition and assured governmental payment. This costs a lot in bribes in any country, including Mexico and the USA. Giving the finger. Díaz Serrano unilaterally made the decision to cut the price on Mexican oil to compete in the global collapse of oil prices. Every barrel of oil going out of Mexico has a designated dollar amount going directly to the bank account of the president, whomever he may be, then and now. Thus, this cut in oil prices meant a cut in José López Portillo's personal income. Díaz Serrano had to know this, of course, so this was also a de facto attack on his boss. López Portillo fired Díaz Serrano and, more importantly, removed the finger. What is the finger? When the PRI Mexican president announces his pick for successor, said pick is said to have been given the finger. The PRI then proceeds to elect said person. His election is assured. Díaz Serrano had received it from López Portillo. Díaz Serrano's unilateral decision to cut the oil price meant the finger was gone. José López Portillo chose in his place another new class type of technocrat named Miguel de la Madrid Hurtado, MMH. Before this was over, Diaz Serrano would spend the next 6 years in prison. That's when I realized how duplicitous Bush Sr. was. If he wouldn't help his friend and longtime business partner stay out of a Mexican jail when all it would have taken for a US vice president was a phone call, I knew what kind of man he was and his whole fucking family, as it turned out. Bush dumped Diaz Serrano because now he had locked up his special relationship with the Saud family, and this would eventually make him into a billionaire. Too bad and tough shit for old friends. For capitalists, money talks and friendship walks. On this date I arrived in Villahermosa with my formal assignment as assistant manager for all of NL Industries operations in this most important foreign NL district. Even though we only made about $300,000 per month. In Mexico it was still the biggest foreign operation for that conglomerate at that time. Surprisingly, even more than we made in the North Sea at that time. And I had my secret orders to prepare to shut down the entire operation when the word was given. That is the order issued either from Houston, the operational HQ for NL, or from New York, where the totally parasitical board of directors for NL was sitting at the time. Their days were numbered too, although they didn't know yet about Harold Simmons and his soon-to-come hostile takeover. A takeover for which I paved the way. Lopez Portillo had appointed another famous Mexican aristocrat as finance minister in April 1982. He now came to depend upon him and his famous name to help in removing Diaz Serrano and the entire Pemex bureaucracy that had sworn allegiance to him. The new finance minister Jesus Silva Herzog was himself also a very well-trained technocrat. Furthermore, his father had been involved in the original nationalization of the Mexican oil field, 1938. His father had been an early director general for Pemex. Together Lopez Portillo and Silva Herzog managed to get the nation to accept the reorganizing of Pemex under leadership agreed to by MMH, the incoming president, and the nationalization of all of Mexico's banks. In the midst of this mess we, NL, were not getting paid, and when I arrived had not been paid for nearly 1 year. It was for this reason the NL bosses wanted to shut down the Mexican operation. It wasn't that the Mexicans refused to pay. It was that they didn't have the money to pay us for the monthly tickets we had written for our services. These tickets were not in contention as they had agreed to them at the time and signed. For their limited cash there was a line, and in that line were other more important people to be paid first with what they had. What to do? After I saw how well run the Villahermosa district was thanks to the best manager I have ever known, King Freeland Jr., I decided a wiser course than shutting down and abandoning ship was available, and I decided to pursue it. Of course, the reality-ignorant U.S. bureaucrats in Houston and New York did not know how to get paid because they are the typical children of the U.S. petty bourgeois new class. Raised and educated as sissies in a fairy tale-like way at ruling class prep schools like Andover, Phillips Academy, these guys can barely get a hard-on, let alone figure out how to deal with the real-world fucking they have to get into to work in a third-world shithole like Mexico. If you want to get paid in these places, you have to pay yourself. You have to pay the paymaster to get at the front of the line. Anyone with any street knowledge of Latin America at all would have known this. Those of you who have read my Peruvian books, Rivers of Blood, High Finance South American Style, know I had garnered plenty of that. So I put the paymaster at Pemex on my personal payroll. Then, not satisfied with that, I went to Banamex, now owned by the government, and told them they would extend us full credit against our tickets. I went to Mexico City to do this, and then came back to the local Banamex bank chief to implement it. Just to be sure these bankers understood the importance of this cooperation to their own healthy well-being. In both cases I took with me Luis Contreras. He was the number one, underboss, of the SDPRM in Mexico's Zone 5. Needless to say, we got all we asked for, and in fact even more. As Mexican payments to foreign contractors collapsed, only NL was being paid. For some reason, Schlumberger's boss for Mexico told me. In any case, Mexico formally defaulted. The gringo regime had no choice but to work things out with the Mexicans. After several years of infighting it was. Then the other oilfield service providers got paid. The initial moratorium agreed to by the Yank bankers and political bosses in Washington was converted into a rollover. Mexico, given the time it would need to put its house in order. Rising oil prices later on would take care of that. Mexico would not collapse again until the gringo economy itself collapsed in 2008, a quarter of a century later. As the world turns, assassination of Miguel Zenteno. In 1983, MMH, upon assuming the presidency, had appointed a young, well-educated and oilfield experienced Mexican petroleum engineer named Miguel Zenteno as the de facto number one within the oil ministry. MMH had given him complete authority to reorganize Pemex contracting. This involved, in Zenteno's opinion, the removal of the union's automatic 2% on all contracting and their guaranteed oilfield service contracting preference. Thus, it was also Zenteno's death sentence, as it would turn out. My principal Mexican partner was my then girlfriend Leticia Mari. Her former husband, Armando Leva, had been Mexico's biggest oilfield service privateer. He had been drilling and bringing online hundreds of oil wells in Mexico's major oil fields now in Zone 5. Zone 5 was the state of Tabasco and adjacent on-land and offshore drilling sites. At the time I met her, he had amassed, according to her, at least $400 million, and was deriving many millions more per month in royalties. At my request, she had organized a luncheon at Winston Churchill's, a major ruling class watering hole in Mexico City. There, NL's entrance into the Veracruz zone of Mexico's oil field had been agreed upon among the wives. In this instance, that category included the wife of Mexico's oilfield paymaster, and the new wife of this new Pemex master engineer Miguel Centeno. Within the Mexican ruling class, it is the wives that conduct the most sensitive business, including cash handoffs. Especially where gringos such as myself are involved. None of these multimillionaires is about to take a chance on getting caught with their hands in the wrong pockets. As a consequence of this wifely sit-down, Leticia and I had been invited to a get-together in Poza Rica, very near the Mexican city of Veracruz, with Pemex middle-level engineers and engineer Centeno, his wife and children. We were to go there on a Pemex Learjet the following Thursday. What happened, in fact, was that only minutes after she had returned from that luncheon with all this news, we were telephoned by Don Andres Sanchez Solis, boss of Zone 5 for the STPRM, Oilfield Workers Union of the Republic of Mexico. It was his wife's condominium apartment where we were living in the Mexico City exclusive quarter called Polanco. Just one of many homes she owned throughout the Republic. He asked that I take them on an opal hunting trip to Querétaro the coming Thursday. Driving, that city is about an hour and a half north of Mexico City. It is one of the world's most important centers of opal mining. Letty thought it was the better choice for us than the trip with the Centenos to Poza Rica, since we now had in hand the contract to expand NL's interests in Mexico at Poza Rica and the Veracruz district. The night in question came after a long day of recovering opals. We two couples danced the night away in Querétaro's fanciest five-star hotel. A kind of super luxurious one-storied, Best Western motel-like hotel. It has full-blown animal shrub sculptures, as in the Jack Nicholson movie The Shining. Upon returning to our room and turning on the TV, we saw the news that Centeno's Learjet had blown up over Poza Rica, killing all on board. The engineer, his new wife and their children, the pilot and co-pilot were all dead. Of course, this was no accident. Not the explosion, nor the fact I was not on the plane. I had been saved by accident. Doris Sanchez Solis was the best friend of my girlfriend. So the world turns. Forever after, I felt a chill every time I met Don Andres. Especially when I accompanied my girlfriend to the airport, with him and his wife. He never traveled without about 15 gunmen, all with Tommy guns, bars and other more modern machine guns, on those occasions when he was picking up or sending off his wife. Labor negotiations in Mexico have this special flavor to them. Boone Pickens, Michael Milken and me in 1984, I struck out in an independent way in Mexico and brought NL to the negotiating table, not as an employer but as a target. This was a third of a century ago, but the ramifications would last many years. In 1984, it all began for me when I met newly divorced Leticia Mari in Villahermosa, Tabasco, Mexico. It was one of those cases of fascination at first sight. The classically beautiful Spanish woman for whom I had fallen was extraordinarily experienced in the real world of Mexican oil, and the politics that go along with it. She had climbed the success ladder with her previous husband over a period of some 14 years. He had gone from being a company man to being the richest privateer in the Mexican oil field with at least $400 million in cash, a monthly income from royalties paid on a permanent ongoing basis as part of the contract with Pemex for his COPSA services, of commensurate size. In January 1985, I got into the oilfield service business and then into the oil business itself. That was a critical year because I formed Jason Smith Petroleum Corporation, JSPC, in Los Angeles. I proceeded to raise investor money and drill for oil in the Powder River Basin of Wyoming. Specifically, in Weston County, near the small town of Upton. My strategy was simple. Search for oil to be developed inexpensively. That meant drilling on land in an area relatively well known geologically, simple to get equipment into, for less than deep total depth, TD. Deep in the oilfield means over 14,000 feet, and ultra-deep means beyond 20,000 feet. This has a technical component and most importantly a financial component, as oilfield service price book charges increase at both deep and ultra-deep frontiers by a factor of 100% or more. In other words, prices double at 14,000 feet and triple at 20,000 feet. Everything in the US is done by oilfield service companies. The oil companies themselves are simply financial entities without in-house expertise of any kind in geology and engineering, let alone drilling and all the jobs that go along with it. Some of the most important of these jobs are the work of specific service companies. Such work is exploration, leasing, platform preparation and drilling mud, wireline, perforating, pipe recovery and well logging, and fishing companies that specialize in recovering tools dropped down the hole. My first well in the Powder River Basin's Wyoming province reached TD at about 8,000 feet. That made it the deepest well in Weston County, but still at standard prices. Here we hit considerable oil according to oil shows, as we later proved in federal court when the Gringo regime's prosecutors were pursuing their client NL's desires in trying to put me out of business. We also proved, after I uncovered secret correspondence in Discovery, of conspiracy between the SEC flunkies and Doc Parnell, NL's so-called security chief. In criminal cases in the U.S., the prosecutors are required to turn over their evidence to the defense, eventually. This can take a long time, but sooner or later you can get your hands on what they have not destroyed. That particular client of the U.S. government was my former employer NL Industries. NL was scared to death I would put them out of business in Mexico, and take that business for JSBC. They were right. I was the typical, small oil man. Akin perhaps to Dad Joyner in Texas we have discussed. My opponent, NL Industries, was then one of the 3 biggest oilfield service companies in the world. Schlumberger and Halliburton being the other 2 at that time. We reviewed Schlumberger's origins in our discussion of Stalin's first 5-year plan. Halliburton was originally just a cementing company with a small wireline arm called Welex. Then it made a deal with Dick Cheney, and this nothing politician jumped from being Wyoming's only congressman to being Halliburton's CEO. Along the way he and they would make billions as Cheney duplicated Bush I's strategy as the fast way to the big time. Cheney's new job as Bush II's VP gave Halliburton everything every of a capitalist's dreams. No competition, guaranteed no bidding contracts, and the Iraq War to go along with it, which provided still more super profits through no-bid contracting. Get Smith forget about Madoff. NL had one important asset, and that was its ownership of the SEC, Securities and Exchange Commission. They bribed SEC lawyers and some high officials in the LA U.S. Attorney's Office. In other words, the NL had among their employees many flunkies in the U.S. Attorney's Office for Los Angeles and the U.S. Securities and Exchange Commission, SEC. Specifically at the SEC local parasitical nest for the West, in Denver. Especially 3 scumbags named Dan O'Brien, Robert Fussfeld and David Abbott. From 1985 through 1991, federal cops and prosecutors spent millions trying to put me out of business and in jail. In 1989, when numerous complaints about Madoff began to be filed with the SEC, they purposefully managed to miss this real con man, Bernie Madoff, altogether. He eventually made off with well over $50 billion. I was always a real oil man, proved in court. The totally corrupt U.S. regime never found an investor to turn against me. It was no accident the SEC missed Madoff. It was the result of a direct order from the National Security Council, i.e. greater danger to their system than Bernie Madoff. We have seen what NL was afraid of. What the U.S. government was deathly afraid of was another Armand Hammer, the U.S. communist, a billionaire himself, and president of Occidental Petroleum. Accordingly untouchable. In short, my problem was not just with low-level scumbags like assistant U.S. attorneys, e.g., O'Brien, or comical bureaucrats, e.g., Fussfeld and Abbott. If these had been all I had to confront, we could have handled that. The problem came because it was the U.S. National Security Council weighing in. These top spy bosses in Washington felt they had one communist oil man on their hands and did not want another. The National Security Advisor gave the green light to destroy JSBC and me. This infuriated a few special agents with a sense of fair play in the FBI, because no matter how they may have felt about me and my politics, they saw the gross injustice being done to several hundred innocent investors by the government's actions. This helped me in ways I cannot yet divulge. Additionally, and at exactly the same time, all the fattest of the fat U.S. ruling families were scared to death of T. Boone Pickens, who while much smaller than Hammer had proven that with a few $100 million of value in Mesa Petroleum in Texas he could make himself into one of the most important, independent, albeit small, among middle-sized oilmen. Superior Oil was valued over $5 billion at the time and the biggest of the middle-sized oil companies, with about 25 times as much capital as Mesa. Jason W. Smith was in the National Security Council's view quite capable of raising $100 million, and that would put everyone into play and buy a communist. They were, of course, right on all counts. Finance is the gun, politics is knowing when to pull the trigger. The Gringo federal political system is simply a regularized and fair gangland system of the Meyer-Lansky type, just on a much bigger scale. The gun behind Pickens, which terrified these fat cats, was not Pickens' Mesa Petroleum, which was strictly small potatoes. The gun was the financial genius Michael Milken down the street from us. I was in Culver City, Howard Hughes Jr.'s old stomping grounds. Milken was in Beverly Hills, where his Drexel Burnham Lambert financial operation was raising billions of dollars for Pickens, who intended to take over the Rockefeller, Morgan, Mellon, oil companies by hostile stock buying. A death knell challenge for each and every one of the Seven Sisters. The Seven Sisters, being the biggest oil monopolies. Milken had invented the idea of investors getting big returns, rather than the tiny percentage offered by the ruling families and their banks. He bought companies with scientifically derived real-world values. He was using an older, time-tested and tried instrument, usually associated with penny stock offerings. The cap press immediately dubbed these new instruments as junk bonds. Junk bond companies are now called equity capital investors, such as Mitt Romney's Bain Capital. Anyway, both Milken and I would end up in a federal prison because the federal courts are totally corrupt. But along the way we kicked a lot of ass and did not go willingly. U.S. federal judges are just another category of corruptible federal bureaucrats. This is not just my opinion, judging by the number of federal judges in federal prison, a fact agreed upon by the U.S. oligarchs. The mechanism was simple and worked in this fantastic new way because investors had confidence in the issuer. Confidence derived from the fact that Milken had proven over many years his ability to investigate a given company. When he found it well managed, with real potential, he would advise his private clients to buy its stock. If necessary, they could put one of their own on its board of directors, to be sure this potential was realized once injected with capital. The only difference between Milken's instruments and those considered by the cap press to be non-junk was that Milken's paper was not insured. However, either was the stock of most of the Fortune 500's listing. Milken's cadre of investors understood this. If one believed Milken's financial advice was good, as they did, then said person would buy, and buy in amounts he recommended. It worked because 1. Milken's track record was impeccable, and 2. Because the greedy cap bankers had forced wealthy investors to search for some place, other than their banks, to put their money. In 1983, when Milken met Pickens, Mesa Petroleum was a small entity, a minor independent, incredibly small compared to the Seven Sisters. Thus, the fat cat directors of the Seven Sisters, who usually knew little or nothing about petroleum geology or engineering, laughed at the idea one of them could be taken over by this upstart out of Oklahoma and Texas. That was before they realized Milken could raise in 30 days as many billions of dollars as Pickens would need in taking over each and every one of these companies as he proceeded one by one. The end of the old order was written. City Service in 1982, before Milken however, Pickens had experimented in the takeover of big oil companies with a run at City Service. City Service was the original creation of Henry Doherty, and in 1982 was the number 19 oil company in the U.S., and number 38 in the Dow listing of industrial concerns. In the end, Armand Hammer stepped in and bought up City Service and Pickens cleared about $30 million in this tryout. By mid-1983, Pickens was deeply involved in offshore Gulf of Mexico drilling. He had 51 drilling rigs working simultaneously, which mean huge daily outflows of cash. He needed 10 times that much ready cash as he had made on the City Service stock just to stay afloat. For example, when I went into the oil field in Louisiana in 1982, it was common to pay $250,000 per hour for a rig working in shallow inland waters. True offshore drilling costs much more. The City Service $30 million would buy a little time, but otherwise was like pissing into the wind when you had to have $300 million. Gulf in 1983, Pickens got into the big time when he next targeted Gulf Oil. And that was the dangerous year when Mesa and Pickens could have been bankrupt at any moment. Gulf was one of the Seven Sisters. After Spindletop, Gulf had become the financial engine of the Mellon family in the US and Kuwait. But to take over Gulf would take a lot more than fooling around with stock purchases on the order of what Mesa had done with City's Service. It would take billions. Perhaps $14 billion to take a majority position at Gulf. Pickens had learned a lot about Gulf in his fight for City's Service, as Gulf had at first been his major competitor in that hostile takeover front. Armand Hammer had ended the fight when he bought all of City's Service stock. Now Pickens would put his knowledge about Gulf to work. Gulf was terribly managed and had been for a long time. Gulf had not found a new barrel of oil anywhere in the world for well over a decade. None of this would matter, of course, unless someone even bigger than Hammer were to get involved. Who could that be? Gulf's president Jimmy Lee laughed. J.R. Ewing is just a TV show. Dallas. Little did he know a real-life J.R. Ewing was already taking aim at him and his bullshit board of directors. Gulf's Achilles heel was its investor base that they had abused and misused for many years. Gulf was vulnerable precisely because its appraised value was 3 times its then current stock value. In December 1983, Gulf's management survived its stockholders' meeting by the narrowest of margins, 52 to 48% against Pickens. In January 1984, Michael Milken entered. Gulf was again in play and Pickens was the major threat to Gulf's management once again. Gulf decided to go for a friendly cap buyer. They found one in Chevron, another Rockefeller Trust spin-off, earlier named Standard Oil of Southern California, SoCal, and sold out for cash to the tune of $13.2 billion. This meant shareholders, who had gone from $41 per share to $80 per share by this time, thanks to Pickens Gulf Investors Group and Mesa. Pickens made some $6.5 billion in profit. Mesa's share was an after-tax profit of about $300 million. Exactly the amount Pickens had to stay alive and continue in the Gulf of Mexico. Univision. While this was going on, NL Industries, using their security chief, Doc Parnell, suborned the SEC flunkies in Denver and began a non-stop attack on me and JSBC in Los Angeles. I had to have money to survive that kind of attack, and I decided to try a wild card, much as Pickens had just done against Gulf to get the $300 million he had to stay afloat. I decided to go after the Azcárraga family. Since 1940, the Azcárraga Mexican oligarch family had illegally owned newspapers, television and radio stations in the USA with an entity called Spanish International Communications Corporation, SICC. U.S. law forbids foreign ownership of the press above 10%. But as long as it was just the Spanish media, the gringo racists had let it go. Rupert Murdoch circumvented the U.S. law on foreign ownership by first buying U.S. citizenship and then bringing in his fascist poison onto our airwaves. The Azcárragas had too much self-respect to do the same thing. The CIA had, surreptitiously, for its own anti-Mexican establishment reasons, brought a case against the Azcárragas. It had ended in an administrative judge's decision against that ownership. What had resulted was the longest opinion in such a matter ever issued, and the bottom line was a divestiture order. They had to sell out and get out by June 1, 1986. I was aware of what was happening in this industry because the Azcárragas were involved. They had temporarily become the enemy of the far fascist right in Washington under Ronald Reagan. It was my business to know what the enemies of the people were up to, as you should have surmised by now. It was my self-appointed assignment to stop the CIA plot any way possible. In the International Red Secret Service, one has the obligation to act on his own initiative with or without control. On June 1, 1986, they had been busy arranging a friendly takeover, much as had Gulf with Chevron, when I stepped in just before 5 p.m. on the last day. I came with a formal and registered offer in Los Angeles of over $250 million in cash and securities. I had my own investors takeover company led by my father, former Idaho Republican Attorney General, Graydon W. Smith. These gringo nutballs, typical of the screwballs that inhabit the CIA, thought they could influence the U.S. Mexican-American population away from what they considered to be the left-wing line of the Mexican press, if they could force out the Azcárragas. Then they would put the Spanish press, radio and TV in the U.S. into play. They would buy it out and convert it into the servile pack of liars that constitute the entire U.S. English press, radio, and TV already under their control. They eventually got something along their way, to the degree possible, with Telemundo. The SEC acted on their new, Get Azcárraga, orders at the same time they were implementing the NL program, and the NSC desires, against me and JSBC. This time they launched an all-out attack against us. We simply did not have the money to beat NL and Azcárraga with the U.S. government helping both of them against me. To get the cash to do this, I would have had to compromise too many sources. So, I had to make peace on one front and engage in total war on the other. Not yet strong enough to win a two-front war, we decided we had no choice but to whip NL first, and then we might or might not return to the Spanish press fight depending on where it had evolved by that time. Either way, I had to beat the U.S. government. So it didn't matter that much in practical terms whether we took on one or the other. But it made a big difference to me in trying to build an independent oil company in the U.S. and oilfield service company in Mexico. What emerged from the attempted SICC takeover was Univision. The Azcárragas got some good advice and dropped the idea of direct ownership of all of the Spanish-language newspapers, TV and radio stations. SICC sold them to U.S. buyers. Whoever owned them had to have content, and so they had to go to the Azcárragas with all of their content produced at the Azcárraga Televisa studios in Mexico City. The result was Univision. In short, the Azcárragas sold the hardware, and in the end made far more money on the software. The gringo conspirators faded away. I waved goodbye. Fuck you very much. The CIA plot foiled permanently. George H. W. Bush, Zapata Petroleum, Jorge Diaz Serrano, and me. John D. Rockefeller always kept a coterie of politicians at his beck and call. One of his stable had been Senator Prescott Bush from Connecticut. His son George Herbert Walker Bush decided after World War II to give a shot at the oil business and accordingly moved to Midland, Texas. There he did the typical rich, small oil man startup. He eventually created, along with a few pals, Zapata Petroleum. The choice of name did not reflect any special sympathy for, or knowledge of, Mexico, only the fact that the Marlon Brando movie Viva Zapata was showing in Texas at the time. Along the way he encountered the Mexican aristocracy. Chief new friend amongst Mexican new class technocrats was Jorge Diaz Serrano. Diaz Serrano became his partner in a new offshore drilling company they called Primargo, which is the Spanish acronym for Offshore Drilling Corporation. This unholy combine of Rockefeller money and Diaz-Serrano political power in Mexico gave these two what all capitalists want. Namely, as we have mentioned before, the best of all capitalist worlds at their disposal. Guaranteed Mexican government contracts without competition. George H. W. Bush no longer needed to be in the oil field. With Permargo, he had the best deal any individual oilman in his position could have had. He decided to follow in his father's footsteps. He had learned from his father, and from his ruling class prep school at Phillips Academy, Andover, Massachusetts, and college at Yale, the importance and potential great profitability of being at the seat of government in Washington when it came to making large amounts of money. Bush started as an oil industry congressman for Houston. He then went through the obligatory steps, starting with Gringo ambassador to the United Nations, then chairman of the Republican National Committee, at the critical time of Watergate, moving on to become the Gringo ambassador to the People's Republic of China. Finally, he became boss of the Central Intelligence Agency. It was during these latter assignments his path and mine finally crossed. In 1976, after my highly successful archaeological summer in La Jolla, California, a northern suburb of San Diego, Richard S. McNeish invited me to Andover to be his assistant. He was head of the Robert S. Peabody Foundation for Archaeology on the campus of the U.S. ruling class prep school Phillips Academy. While there, he introduced me to the staff of the anthropology department at Harvard. I finally got to meet some of my heroes in anthropology, including Gordon Wiley, and others including Carlton Kuhn. Among the three bosses of the Peabody Foundation were Scotty McNeish, Gerald Peel, then publisher of Scientific American magazine, and George H. W. Bush. Mr. Bush did not deign to acknowledge receipt of a copy of my textbook Foundations of Archaeology when I sent him a copy, at his CIA office, hot off the press in 1976. Do you wonder why? Bush got back into big-time oil after he became vice president of the USA on the Republican ticket under Ronald Reagan. Reagan beat him for the presidential nomination and he happily settled for this number 2 spot. But Bush had bigger thing in his sights than a ceremonial position. He wanted Saudi money for himself. Of course, that meant he would get it by selling influence at the highest level to the trillionaire Saud family, who certainly could afford him. They absolutely wanted to keep him close. In later years, his son George W. Bush would use Saudi money to get what he wanted. As a rich investor in his Mickey Mouse oil drilling projects in Texas and elsewhere. Why would a trillionaire family like the House of Saud, with the greatest oil production rate in the world, and the world's greatest then known reserves, want to get involved in small-time Texas oil drilling? What do you think? H. Ross Perot knew, and it burned his ass. Perot had balls the size of church bells, as you know from Ken Follett's book On the Wings of Eagles. The blatant corruption of the Bush family with the Saudis violated his sense of fair play to the degree he could no longer stand it. He jumped into the presidential race against Bush and Carter. Perot withdrew, but not until he had permanently alienated 20% of the Republican vote from Bush. Jimmy Carter won the election. Back at the ranch, Bush no longer needed Diaz-Serrano, and went on to prove it, allowing the new Mexican president MMH to put his old friend and business partner Diaz-Serrano in prison for 6 years beginning in 1983. I have already reviewed how I arrived in Mexico for Enel Industries at the end of the López Portillo administration when the PRI had turned against Diaz-Serrano. I have described some of the subsequent events. In the end, it would be my creation of Jason Smith Petroleum Corporation which moved me and it into the sights of the new regime in Washington, and specifically into the sights of the experienced gringo spy George H.W. Bush. All of this is perhaps of little direct interest to you readers, but you should note one important thing. The ability of the gringo regime to force any capitalist out of business when it no longer is convenient for the oligarchy for said person and entity to exist. These years were the final step in converting U.S. imperialism into a private plaything for a small group of trillionaire and centibillionaire families. Phase 2, 1976 to 1990, New Class and Transformation. In 1976, Guanlone capitalism in its mildly predacious form was not a clear and present danger. Yet it became dangerous. Andropov believed it was dangerous. As KGB chief, he had led a fight against it, not only in the party but in many government institutions in Russia and especially in the Transcaucasus. Unfortunately, try as he did, he could not make the party leaders as sure of the inherent danger it posed to the very socialist nature of Soviet society. It was not yet inevitable that the great Soviet experiment would succumb to capitalism, but because the party failed to recognize the growing class structure based around the second economy, the great tragedy of the 20th century did unfold. It came in the form of the monster of Tyrannosaur capitalism. We had withstood incredibly bad odds from day one. We defeated the whites and their foreign capitalist interventionist allies. We defeated all of the plots of the foreign capitalist regimes against us in the 1920s and 1930s. The USSR led the fight worldwide for the destruction of Hitlerism by transforming Rapallo from a German-Soviet alliance into an English-speaking World Soviet alliance. Then we withstood the assault of gringo hegemonized world capital when the US picked up the gauntlet dropped by world fascism. The USSR not only withstood that imperialist assault, it took the lead in every scientific and engineering area. All of this in the first economy was to be subverted. And by the newly emerging bourgeoisie within our own homeland. How? Through the second economy. In 1976, it would not yet have been too late to reverse the trajectory toward capitalist restoration except for three things. From 1976 to 1990, three factors in those 14 years weighed decisively against the ability of reformers such as Yuri Andropov and the Soviet leadership to be able to get the USSR back onto the correct road. First of all, the capitalist second economy was largely denied by the very party, its government and state, that would be required to excise it. Try as he did, Andropov could not convince the party that the second economy was a clear and present danger to the very Soviet experiment they were leading. Perhaps the reformers didn't try hard enough. Perhaps the enemy had grown simply too all-pervasive in class structure and was just better organized. But the lesson is that the party must get capitalist economics out of the shadows and into the open world if it is to be contained. The PRC has led the way in this regard. During the Communist Party's 19th Congress, the anti-corruption campaign was institutionalized and a new and cleansed discipline committee created. Cuba is following with its own sophisticated interpretation, as Raul Castro summed up in 2016 in his eulogy to Fidel. Perhaps, therefore, what happened in the USSR was necessary in order to teach all of us this critical lesson. It did give China the time it needed to prevent the capitalist sector of their economy from duplicating its Russian success in the PRC. Even a cursory glance at the many English-language pages from Chinese publications on the internet will show any observer that China has a complete and total grip on the capitalist sector. Also in the Cuban internet press, the positive aspects of emerging capitalism in China and Cuba have been harnessed to the needs of the proletarian party. Second, back to Russia and the republics, the small exchange and service supply functions which had justified leaving the second economy in place all along continued to be important. It would require an approach to the organization, or at least control, of small exchange we had not yet seen, if the second economy as constituted was to be replaced. This was still the pre-computer era. The option of computerized total planning and centralization in government large-scale planning was just being born in the most advanced capitalist countries. For example, Ross Perot and EDS in Dallas. Thirdly, throughout the USSR, the mafia component of the second capitalist economy was prepared to push their plan through, and did so. To counter our state apparatus, they used their gangster tactics to eliminate opponents. That is, they killed those who indicated they might be prepared to take steps to liquidate the second economy. Mafia doctors plot assassination of Yuri Andropov. Taking the last point first, the most dramatic example of mafia power came in the assassination General Secretary Andropov. Yuri Andropov, 1914-1983, was a next-generation old Bolshevik by the time he became party boss. In 1982, following Brezhnev's death, he was elevated to the general secretaryship of the CPSU. There is no doubt but that his sudden illness, within 3 months of assuming his new position, was organized by the mafia. The medical plot worked and played out over the coming year like a spy movie thriller. The bottom line was that the plot reduced Andropov's 15-month tenure to one of constant illness before he finally succumbed. Thus history, in the event, records the Andropov year, 1982 to 1983, as the last chance the Soviet Party had to rectify the otherwise inevitable course of capitalist restoration the Soviet Union was unwittingly following. After that, it was all over for socialism as it had come to be known in the USSR, at least for the time being. The mafia had their candidates to be the new boss of the USSR. However, first there was Konstantin Chernenko to be pushed aside. Chernenko was an ignorant and rather stupid person, who also passed, in the same way in his 2 years 1984 to 1985. Then the evil genius himself was in position to do the final job of liquidating socialism. From 1985 through 1990, Mikhail Gorbachev did that job. After all, a system that had withstood all of international capitalism's plots so far required a coup de grace that could only be administered by the CPSU itself. Gorbachev knew he was to be the executioner. At long last, the mafia had a government as an equal partner. What Meyer Lansky thought he had in Cuba is pictured as Hyman Roth in Godfather 2. Why was Yuri Andropov so dangerous to the mafia and the entire second economy class? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. First, because he was a highly prestigious old Bolshevik. Although he had joined the party nearly a generation after the October Revolution, he had been mentored by some of Lenin's top men, beginning with Otto Kuzenin. Second, because Andropov embodied all the personal traits admired by the party: austere living, dedication to work, a Stalin-like workaholic personality, constant self-education. He had an impressive history of having dealt successfully with the most difficult assignments the party had to offer, including the 1956 mess in Hungary. Fourth, because he had a proven record of policing effectively against the Second Economy as KGB chief over the previous 15 years, 1967 to 1982. Most importantly, as a danger to the mafia, because he had proposed the complete and final uprooting and liquidation of the entire Second Economy. As General Secretary, he would have the power to do just that. Accordingly, as far as the mafia was concerned, he had to die. Note, 1. That the Cheka, KGB, of which Andropov was boss for the preceding 15 years, was the structural equivalent in the Communist Party of the Jesuit order in the Catholic Church. Also, note, 2. Andropov's close association with the theoretical purists of the party, from the date of his joining the Bolshevik Party in 1936. From these earliest days he had the good fortune to be directly mentored by the old Bolshevik Otto Kuznanin, and his association with this group continued over the following fateful years, especially with Anastas Mikoyan and Mikhail Suslov. 3. He had an absolute personal hatred of the criminal element in the Soviet republics, and an outstanding record in breaking it up, in and out of the party, in his 15 years as Cheka, KGB boss. Finally, 4. He was one of the few highly placed Politburo leaders who admitted, and emphasized, the existence of the mafia and the scope of its activities, meaning the entire Second Economy. As head of the KGB, Andropov took responsibility for the crackdown on dissident intellectuals, like Alexander Solzhenitsyn. Andropov's willingness to defend these actions openly and to withstand the criticism of Western commentators and such Soviet intellectuals as Yevgeny Yevashenko strongly suggested that Andropov would have avoided Gorbachev's blunder of turning the media over to anti-socialist elements. Emphasis added addition. As head of the KGB, Andropov also showed courage and conviction by investigating corruption in high places. On his KGB watch, the entire Presidium, Politburo, Edition, and government of Azerbaijan were dismissed for corruption, bribery, and embezzlement. Moreover, in 1981, Andropov's deputy exposed and arrested some of the black market-ridden La Dolce Vita crowd. That included Brezhnev's daughter and son-in-law. Even investigating crime in the General Secretary's family did not daunt Andropov. From Socialism Betrayed, Behind the Collapse of the Soviet Union, Roger Kirin and Thomas Kenny, International Publishers. New York, page 40. Leading to the decision to elevate Andropov to the position of General Secretary had been the fact that the Politburo, Presidium, and the entire party had been impressed with his theoretical preparation for tackling the problems of constructing socialism in the USSR, which included liquidating the Second Economy. Belatedly, many in the party from the leadership on down were beginning to see the entire Second Economy phenomenon as a serious threat to Soviet socialism, or at least some of them had. Those Politburo and Central Committee members who did not yet see the Second Economy as a clear and present danger still thought Andropov's analysis of the problems of the First Economy was correct, and that he could set things straight. Andropov led the way in his call to reform the First and Second Economies in the following theoretical way. 1. The internal discussions among the high priests of Soviet socialism, Andropov had. 2. Given 3 papers also delivered as speeches in 1. November 22, 1982. The better we work, the better we will live. 2. December 21, 1982, again on the same topic, and 3. On June 15, 1983. Analysis of the existing situation and landmarks for the future, and 3. A longer treatise on the matter also in 1983. Karl Marx's teaching and some of the problems of building socialism in the USSR, the latter marking the centennial of Marx's death in 1883. The Mafia read these papers and listened to these speeches, and if they had had any doubts, they now knew that their future depended on killing the man who proposed to do away with them, the organized crime element, and the very conditions they required, the Second Economy, to continue operating as the bosses of this real economy, now becoming bigger than the First Economy, as we shall see in a few statistics below. See the summary discussion of Andropov's analysis in pages 41 to 46 in Kirin and Kenny, 2004. New class in Jurassic Park. There are key statistics relevant to the emergence of the new class in its new Tyrannosaur form under Brezhnev, Chernenko, and Gorbachev. With the death of Andropov, the chief reformer, not everything went immediately straight to hell. The institutionalization of study of the Second Economy was a continuing fact. One of its many forms was the Economic Research Institute of the USSR State Planning Commission. In her 1990 monograph, The Shadow Economy in the USSR, a leading expert on the Second Economy, Tatyana Koryagina, compared the total amounts of legal earned income to the total amount of money being expended, spent, and or saved. The growth of the monthly salary of workers compared with the growth of the total size of money spent on goods and services and saved in the savings banks, S/S, in billions of rubles monthly. 1960, 1970, 1975, 1980, 1985, 1988, salary 80.6, 122, 145.8, 168.9, 190.1, 219.8%, 1960. 152, 180, 210, 236, 273 total S/S 103.2, 223.2, 329.9, 464.6, 590, 718.4%, 1960, 216, 320, 450, 572, 696. Overall, Koryagina said that statistics for the entire economy showed that the second economy was growing at a much more rapid rate than the first economy, and faster than these selected area statistics indicated. The second economy had grown by a factor of 18 while the first economy had grown by only a factor of 4 or 5. The 1988 total of money spent and saved was nearly 7 times greater than the total amount of money earned in the first economy. How could that be? Obviously, what Brezhnev said, "None of us live on wages alone," was true. That excessive amount spent and saved had come from the only place it could come from, and that is the second economy, legal and increasingly illegal. Class power, and thus political power, was shifting dramatically. The question of legality was now an academic one. Clearly the present was full of danger for capitalist restoration. By 1985, only the most determined party police and propaganda assault could have saved the USSR. Instead, the Soviet Union got the great traitor Mikhail Gorbachev, who enabled the new class form of capitalism we witnessed emerge in 1990, and himself was followed by another traitor, Boris Yeltsin, who outlawed the Communist Party itself. Taken together, a variety of monographs provided a kaleidoscopic view of the second economy during the Brezhnev years. Private food vendors sold goods valued at 35.5 billion rubles a year, 21. Soviet barbers and state-owned barbershops customarily collected very high tips, in effect transporting the transaction into the second economy, 22. The home production of grape and fruit wine and beer, the illegal resale of state beverages, and the sale of stolen ethanol, accounted for as much as 2.2% of the gross domestic product in 1979. 23. By the late 1970s, the black market sale of gasoline by drivers of state-owned cars and trucks allegedly accounted for between 33 and 65% of all gasoline sales in urban areas. 24. Privately rented housing brought illegal landlords an estimated 1.5 million rubles in 1977. 25. Tips, bribes, and payments for private services, such as religious ceremonies, associated with funerals, involved more than 4 times the amount of money spent on official funerals. 26. Prostitution and illegal drug sales constituted another part of the second economy. 27. Kiran and Kenny, 2004:57. Part of the changing nature of the class structure was the concomitantly changing nature of technology and the social organizational system extant. Even the perhaps 30%, 1989, percentage of the population with income derived primarily from the second economy still had first economy jobs. The rest of the population, 70%, whose primary income was from the first economy still participated at one level or another in the second economy, if in no other way with what Western capitalist economists call disposable income. Of course, many persons within that 70% also operated small second economy businesses from home. Back to the Founding Fathers. In this sense, the operation of the second economy brought ongoing stability to the Soviet regime. As late as 1989, some 96% of the national population, the party was constantly polling, were all in favor of the Soviet system. The most common comment being, to paraphrase, "What we have is the best system in the world despite all its problems, and we could solve these if we went back to the Founding Fathers." In this case meaning Lenin and Stalin. Seduction enabled promoted. The second economy had always provided those consumer items the first economy could not provide. It could not because resources were directed at the party's emphasis on heavy industry, steel, aluminum, electricity, and then on light industry devoted to increasing overall production, e.g., trucks and tractors. Later, the increasingly prosperous Soviet citizenry had more and more disposable income to get the second economy things it wanted. Why? Because the first economy guaranteed them a cradle-to-grave annual income, covered all medical and educational as well as communication and transportation expenses. What they had monthly was largely expendable, disposable income. And, as Gorbachev turned the press and media over to the most reactionary elements in the country, the citizenry was being enticed with knowledge about consumer items many had never even heard of before. They had the money to get these things. Anything one wanted could be obtained in the second economy after 1985, if not before. Party succumbs to corruption. The statistics prove that the party was inundated with every conceivable form of bribery, extortion, subornation. As a result, its high moral character was not only reduced but it was largely destroyed. Believers in the doctrine of communism as developed by Karl Marx, Frederick Engels, V.I. Lenin, and Joseph Stalin were reduced to kids and old Bolsheviks, much as Christianity had been relegated to children and old women in the CAP countries. This affected the CPSU from the bottom to the very top, as the corruption of General Secretary Brezhnev's own family proved. Once the party was thoroughly corrupted by the Tyrannosaur's second economy, it was only a hop, skip, and a jump until it could be used to pull the trigger in assassinating the Soviet Republic. In 1989, 1990, that is what happened. Coup de grace. Finance is the gun in class politics. Politics is knowing when and how to pull the trigger. In the case of the assassination of socialism in the USSR, the financial class basis was the complete transformation of the second economy, from an adjunct of the first economy into its driving component. The end of socialism, the first economy, was guaranteed when the now corrupt party, CPSU, and its corrupted mode of production in the Soviet Union, as the gun, was placed in the hands of the pistolero Mikhail Gorbachev. This assassin fired the shots that did away with the last enemy. The Soviet capitalist mafia bosses confronted the Soviet state and government itself. In so doing, Gorbachev did what Hitler had failed to do. In the meantime, for better or for worse, the lessons of the second economy and the traitors it spawned in and out of the party, and how it and they succeeded in transforming socialism backwards into capitalism, would have to be learned elsewhere. International. These lessons were not lost on the Chinese party, which had embarked upon a totally new road with regard to how to deal with the second economy in their own country. They did this 10 years before Gorbachev took power in March of 1985. The Vietnamese, being as well led as they were, soon followed China's lead. The Cubans, in a much more dangerous geographical position vis-a-vis US imperialism, had to take a slower road, and only in 2011 did they begin the big jump to the Chinese model. Korea was stuck in an increasingly dangerous stagnation. Its own internal structure delayed its transition to the Chinese model even longer than the Cubans. To the Soviet Party and to the international communist movement, Gorbachev's March 1985 assumption of power as General Secretary gave the outward appearance of everything was going to be all right after all. Gorbachev 1985 to 1986. Starting out by referring to Andropov's initial November 22, 1982 speech on the economic problems in the USSR, Gorbachev initiated a series of economic policies which quickly showed an antithetical approach to what had been outlined by the great theoretician Andropov. What the great traitor called restructuring, perestroika, claimed centralization was the key problem facing the government. His programs began dismantling what was in fact the most successful part of the Soviet system. He used anti-corruption measures as a cover. Since some of the indictments of party and government bosses were correct, and had been initiated by the Cheka under Andropov, he got away with this misdirection of the eye. He used the space thus gained to dismantle key institutions such as the Ministry of Instruments. There Gorbachev fired 1,000 technical workers. Then he fired 50,000 industrial managers. He fired 1/3, 50+, of the first and regional and district secretaries. He followed this by firing 14 of the 25 Central Committee department heads along with their staffs and obliterated their functions. 40% of the USSR's ambassadors were fired. Over half of the Politburo's full and candidate members were dismissed. Gorbachev had both disarmed his opponents and dismantled the party and government structure in his first 3 months. Simultaneously, Gorbachev began to turn the media over to the worst enemies socialism could imagine within its own borders. Everything was wrong here. Not the least being the almost overnight introduction of capitalist concepts of the good life, which most Soviet citizens were only vaguely aware of. This happened precisely at the time that the US imperialists had stepped up their massive radio broadcasting into the USSR. Gringo propaganda encouraged all sorts of sedition, spreading all sorts of envy, creating jealousy about living standards. Then Gorbachev enabled the entire US campaign by stopping jamming. Hitler in Moscow could not have been worse. In the arena of international affairs, at precisely the moment the Carter-Reagan offensive against the socialist system was at its high point, the great traitor Gorbachev began making a series of concessions to imperialism that weakened the Soviet position. Against these two US capitalist regimes, Soviet socialism required a Stalin-like class struggle attitude. A tit-for-tat massive reinvestment in heavy industry and defense industry. Gorbachev did exactly the opposite. 1. In the chapters on US imperialism we saw the North American colossus had complete and total control over Saudi Arabia after World War II. This meant over most of the Arab world's oil, which also meant over most of OPEC's oil. Working with that tool in hand, US imperialism drove down the world price of oil by being sure that the Saudi oil spigot was turned on at full production, giving low prices. Overnight this drew down Soviet foreign currency reserves by 50%. In hard dollar terms this meant that the $20+ billion in annual foreign currency accumulated in the USSR was reduced by $10 billion. 2. Simultaneously, the US imperialists picked up the gauntlet against Poland using their CIA-AFL-CIO, Solidarity, Front organization. And in Afghanistan, the CIA created the Al-Qaeda jihadist movement. It first directed it against the most progressive government Afghanistan had ever had or would ever have for generations to come. This required another $10 billion or its equivalent in rubles to be sent to both of these countries. Suddenly, the USSR was back in pre-collectivization, pre-1928, levels of financial capability. 3. Also, simultaneously, the US ruling trillionaire oligarchy continued its policy of making relative peace with the PRC. They paid that price to break up socialist solidarity with the USSR on its Eastern Front. The Chinese had no objection to being left alone. Undoubtedly, they saw the Gringo approach as a temporary rapprochement in pursuit of the Rockefeller et al. Overarching objective, which was their decision to first bring down the socialist country most competitive with them for global domination. As the USSR had been since the end of World War II. The Soviet Union effectively preventing Gringo imperialism from achieving its principal international objective of total global hegemony. So, while China was no military or financial threat to the revisionist leaders of the USSR, it was of no assistance either. The imperialists had succeeded in dividing the socialist camp in half with the majority of its population, the Chinese, unengaged. 4. During all of this, the international communist movement, not to mention the even broader international working class movement, went into stagnation, confusion, and misdirection, as years of revisionist control resulted in a party membership uneducated, unknowledgeable, with dishonest leadership, and self-interested pandering bureaucrats for leaders. The PUSA being an archetype example of all of this. The contending parties such as Progressive Labor, and the RCP confused and uneducated also went immediately off onto the naive ultra-left path which initially took Madame Mao as their leader. Everywhere else the communist movement splintered into multiple parties. For example, in Italy with what had been the largest West European party, the CP split into 3 parties. Again and again worldwide the same was true. 5. Economic direct sabotage of the USSR's industrial plant by the US imperialists went on. Aided and abetted by with the long, intricate, and stupid naivete of the Soviets' Gorbachev leadership. 1. US imperialists purposely sold defective computer chips to the Soviets to sabotage everything those chips were to be inserted into. 2. Faulty industrial equipment was purposely created and shipped to the USSR as part of the Gringo collaboration in opening up the Soviet Union via trade. 3. Sabotage blueprints for gas turbines were created by the imperialists, using the CIA, and sold to the Russians. Last man standing. Gorbachev 1987 to 1990. In 1987, the final turn toward capitalist restoration began. In 3 years it was completed. 2008 Collapse of global capitalism. The Kaiser Report on RT. Occasionally, inter-cap rivalry produces useful things for us. One example is the Kaiser Report on Russia Today, RT, an internet channel where former stock guru Max Kaiser and co-host Stacey Herbert daily expose the machinations of the number 1 criminals in the US oligarchy. Those led by the Wall Street terrorists, who are also enemies of Russian capitalists, thus this daily report. Janus capitalism, drug capitalists versus sweatshop capitalists. From a Bolshevik standpoint, the differences between capitalists of one type and another are usually the differences between Tweedledee and Tweedledum. The portrait of the Roman god Janus is a good analogy to capitalism's 2 faces. Whether capitalists are fascist or democratic parliamentarian, they are all our enemies and eventually all must be destroyed. On the other hand, since as a worldwide socio-cultural evolutionary stage capitalism has often been stronger than we have had to exploit the differences between them, as we did in the build-up to and conduct of World War II. The same is true of the differences among them around the so-called drug war. The capitalists created the conditions which lead so many persons to achieve an altered state of consciousness. Our moral or ethical considerations in our dealings with the drug caps depends on the degree that differences among them can be utilized to our own benefit. In practice, from Southeast Asia to Latin America, for example, we have had to work with drug traffickers of one gang against those in the employ of the powers that be. Needless to say, once we take power, we will liquidate this scourge along with all the other cap scum. The petty bourgeoisie and big bourgeoisie in these drug industries understand this. Some will not want to work with us because they know collaboration is only temporary. Others, more realistic, and not being of the type who expect to live forever, will work with us gladly. Read Third Crusade at Kindle Books. www.amazon.com. Part 4: China's New Economic Policy. The Stage of Advanced Socialism Phase 1. Chapter 26: Administration of Deng Xiaoping. Background and Overview. Deng Xiaoping was born August 24, 1904 and died February 19, 1997. He was a Chinese revolutionary all his life. After the passing of Mao Zedong, he was the guiding statesman paramount leader of the People's Republic of China. He was the of China from 1978 until 1992. His administration marks the beginning of the new economic policy of China. It became the first phase in the stage of advanced socialism. After Mao Zedong's death, Deng led his country through a revolutionary reorientation that one might call the Second Revolution in China. This reorientation was misunderstood in Gringolandia and in the other capitals of capital. They're always foolish, dream world, think tankers saw the CPC 1977 turn as the defeat of communism and the ascendancy of capitalism. However, from the communist standpoint, what was happening was a change in strategy to fit the 1977 position of China. In fact, it was Lenin's 1921 idea of a mixed system, NEP, that had inspired them. Lenin's system had to go by 1928, as we have seen. The Chinese leaders knew the Soviet NEP had to be abandoned by Stalin and the CPSU because it no longer served the survival needs of the USSR and world socialism. Those needs required massive industrialization to prepare for the inevitable Second World War. Stalin got the money to buy that infrastructure for the Soviet Union by the 1928 nationalization of agriculture in the USSR. China had the same need to industrialize in 1977, and so required a NEP-like mixed economy. Today, the always ignorant Western ideologists have suffered the fatal error of believing what they wish to believe. Their propaganda had long since replaced even a semblance of scientific historical analysis. The Chinese communist leaders, on the other hand, had a scientific understanding of history because they are scientific socialists, i.e. Marxist. Leninists. This time it would not be agricultural produce that would buy socialism's industrialization. Rather, it would be China's vast human labor reserves. Deng was the paramount leader of the People's Republic of China from December 1978 to 1992. He emerged as that paramount leader because of his long history in the leadership of the CPC. His daughter's biography, Deng Xiaoping, My Father, is the best source of information. Deng was in the core of the leadership of the Communist Party of China for many years. In him, the others had confidence. Accordingly, it was natural that he would take command in 1987. Deng came from a farming background in Guang'an, Sichuan province. In 1921, as a young man, he went to France to study and work. This was as part of the work-study program then popularized in China and Vietnam. In France, he learned the science of history. Marxism-Leninism. In 1921, he joined the Communist Party of China Youth League in Paris. In 1924, he joined the Communist Party of China in Paris. Upon his return to China, he worked as a political commissar for the military in rural regions. He became a revolutionary veteran of the March Long. In 1949, following the founding of the People's Republic of China, Deng worked in Tibet and other southwestern regions. Secretary General. Deng was always a major supporter of Mao Zedong. As the party's Secretary General, Deng became instrumental in China economic planning. Throughout the 1950s and the early 1960s, twice during the Cultural Revolution, he was demoted when his role in the pre-Long March period was castigated by anti-Mao elements parading as pro-Mao. However, his loyalty was never questioned among the party's senior leaders, nor did he ever lose faith in the ultimate wisdom of the party. In 1978, he became prominent again, because Mao's chosen successor, Hua Guofeng, had failed to get China on the road to industrial modernization. A new group had to take over. What the new leaders came up with was a Leninist NEP adapted to China's then current conditions. They called it socialism with Chinese characteristics. Deng was the principal architect of this new socialist thinking. Deng's theory combines the Communist Party's dialectical and historical materialist ideology with a Leninist understanding of what backward capitalism has meant for China. Another great historical crossroads in 1978, China was at another crossroads equal to the one in 1934 when the party decided to go on the Long March. The solution in 1978 was for China to allow its bourgeois elements to do their part. Namely, for them to participate in the revolution by completing the capitalist stage. The caveat to this completion of the capitalist stage was that now they would always be under proletarian, i.e., CPC, dictatorship. China needed a mixed economy that included capitalist endeavors. This is what Lenin had done with NEP in Russia, when it was the correct thing to do in 1921. Karl Marx had assumed some iron-given premises to the operation of the capitalist stage in Volume 1 of Capital, 1887. One of these was that his theory of capitalism assumes the entire world as an unimpeded marketplace. Marx knew that this never actually happens in the real world. Why? Because ruling classes always resort to tariff protectionism. Nevertheless, in the ideal world of scientific modeling, this assumption is a necessary precondition. In the same sense that we talk about the speed of light in a vacuum. Such a thing we know rarely exists in the real world, nevertheless in the ideal world of scientific modeling, but this assumption is a necessary precondition. In 1977, Deng made Marx's theoretical, given the world as the capitalist marketplace, take on a new real-world meaning. Accordingly, China entered the global marketplace as a source of labor power and as a market for goods and services. Deng opened China to autochthonous capitalist enterprise and foreign investment. Internally to the PRC, the CPC encouraged homegrown private enterprise and foreign capitalist investors to build factories within the government's regulation. Capitalist enterprises now worked right alongside state-owned enterprises, SOEs. Special economic zones were created to allow capitalism to function without affecting the greater national economy. Deng led China into becoming the fastest-growing economy in the world. It remains so now after 40 years of constant expansion. Along the way, China has raised the standard of living of hundreds of millions of Chinese citizens. China can realistically see a moderately prosperous society for everyone by 2020. Crisis of overproduction solved in a socialist way. Theoretically, the greatest problem has now been resolved. What was that? The fact that real-world capitalist economies collapse periodically and thus are not a reliable long-term world marketplace. The current Belt and Road exports the surplus value China's economy cannot yet absorb at home. Stabilizing investment in the capitalist regimes between China and Europe makes them a reliable long-term world marketplaces. Thus, the CPC has solved the problem inherent in capitalist production, i.e., overproduction. Deng's youth in 1903. Deng was born into an ethnically Hakka family in the village of Paifang, in the township of Xiexing, Guanyin County, Sichuan Province, approximately 100 miles from Chongqing, formerly spelled Chungking. Deng's ancestors can be traced back to Mei County, Guangdong, and a prominent ancestral area for the Hakka people. They had been settled in Sichuan for several generations. Deng Xiaoping's daughter Deng Rong, Deng Maomao, wrote in the book, My Father Deng Xiaoping, that his ancestry was probably but not definitely Hakka. Sichuan was originally the origin of the Deng lineage until one of them was hired as an official in Guangdong during the Ming dynasty. During the Qing, the imperial plan was to increase the population. In 1671, the Deng family returned to Sichuan. Deng's father, Deng Wenming, was a middle-level landowner and had studied at the University of Law and Political Science in Chengdu. His mother, surnamed Dan, died early in Deng's life, leaving Deng, his 3 brothers and 3 sisters, Chengdu. In 1908, at the age of 5, Deng went to a traditional Chinese-style private primary school. In 1910, he entered a more modern primary school at the age of 7. When Deng first attended school, his tutor objected to his having the given name, Xianxing. He objected because Xianxing is a near homophony for the honorific Xianxing, analogous to Mr., Sir, or the Sino Japanese sensei. His tutor preferred calling him Shixian, which includes the characters to aspire to and goodness, with overtones of wisdom. In the summer of 1919, Deng Xiaoping graduated from the Chongqing School. He and 80 schoolmates traveled steerage class in a ship to France to participate in the Diligent Work-Frugal Study Movement. This was a famous work-study program in which 4,001 Chinese would participate by 1927. Deng, the youngest of all the Chinese students in the group, had just turned Wu Yuzhang, local leader of the movement, in Chongqing. Deng's father strongly supported his son's participation in the work-study abroad program. The night before his departure, Deng's father took his son aside and asked him what he hoped to learn in France. He repeated the words he had learned from his teachers. To learn knowledge and truth from the West in order to save China. All of the movement's participants believed that China was suffering greatly, and that the Chinese people must have a modern education to save their country. In December 1920, the French ship, André Lion, sailed into Marseille with 210 Chinese students aboard, including Deng. Then only 16 years old, Deng briefly attended middle schools in Bayuxand, Châtillon, but he spent most of his time in France working. His first job was as a fitter at the Le Creuset iron and steel plant in La Garenne-Colombe, a southwestern suburb of Paris, where he moved in April 1921. When Deng Xiaoping went to work in a tractor factory in 1924, he found himself a fitter again, and proved to be a master of the skill. In La Garankalam, Deng met Zhou Enlai, Nia Rongjian, Kai Hassan. Enlai, Rongjian, Hassan, and Li Weihai. Under the influence of these older Chinese students in France, Deng began to study Zhao Shiyan, dissemination work, Marxism, and engaged in political. In 1921, he joined the Chinese Communist Youth League in Europe. In the second half of 1924, he joined the Chinese Communist Party and became one of the leading members of the General Branch of the Youth League in Europe. In 1926, Deng traveled to the Soviet Union and studied at Soviet Union Mosque Sun Yat-sen University. One of his classmates was Chiang Kai-shek. Chiang Ching-kwa, the son of Shek. Deng's first wife, a schoolmate from Moscow, died aged 24 a few days after giving birth to their first child, a baby girl who also died. His second wife, Jean Weiying, left him in 1933. His third wife, Zhuo Lin, was the daughter of an industrialist in Yunnan province. She became a member of the Communist Party in 1938. In 1939, she married Deng in front of Mao's cave dwelling in Yan'an. They had 5 children, 3 daughters: Deng Lin, author of his biography, and 2 sons, Deng Nan and Deng Rongda. Deng Pufangan, Deng Gifeng, Feng Yuxian returned to China. In 1927, Deng left Moscow to return to China, where he joined the army of Yuxian. Feng was a military leader in northwest China, who had requested assistance from the Soviet Union in his struggle with other local leaders in the region. At that time, the Soviet Union, through the Comintern, was backing the Communist alliance with the nationalists of the Kuomintang, KMT, party founded by Sun Yat-sen. In April 1927, Chiang Kai-shek betrayed the CPC, outlawing it in a massacre that wiped it out in large parts of Shanghai and then the rest of China. He converted the KMT from being a nationalist bourgeois party into a fascist gangster-run party. To do this, he used Big Air Du's Green Gang thugs of Shanghai, where Chiang was a secret member. In March of 1927, at any rate, Deng had arrived in Xi'an, the stronghold of Feng Yuxian, just a month before the traitor Chiang launched the counter-revolution. In the April 1927 counter-revolution, Chiang Kai-shek had forced Feng and Deng to flee areas controlled by the KMT. Feng Yuxiang then proved his true colors were as part of the fascist conspiracy and took the side of Chiang Kai-shek. Deng and all the communists who participated in his army were on the run. 2 governments, Shanghai and Wuhan. After leaving the army of Feng Yuxiang in the northwest, Deng went to the city of Wuhan. Here the remnant communists from the northern expedition that had originated in Canton, only to be betrayed and massacred in Shanghai, had established a competing government. Competing, that is, with the Green Gang's fascist regime, with Chiang at the helm, in Shanghai. First contact. At this time, Deng started using his old nickname, Zhaoping. He now occupied prominent positions in the party apparatus. On August 7, 1927, Deng participated in the historic emergency session, in which the party dismissed its founder, Qin Duxiu Chu Qiubai, became the Secretary General. In Wuhan, Deng first established contact with Mao Zedong, who was then fighting Chiang in Jiangxi and Hunan. 2 years activism, Shanghai and Wuhan. Between 1927 and 1929, Deng lived in Shanghai, where he helped organize protests that would be harshly persecuted by the Kuomintang authorities. The death of many communist militants in those years forced Deng to move up the leadership ranks. During this stage in Shanghai, Deng married a woman he met in Moscow, Zhang Shiyuan. In 1929, Deng led the Bei's uprising in Guangxi province against the KMT government. The uprising failed and Deng went into the Jiangxi Hunan mountains where Mao Zedong was building his first Red Republic. It happened this way. Guangxi military campaign. Beginning in 1929, he participated in the struggle against the KMT in Guangxi. The superiority Chiang Kai-shek's forces caused a huge number of casualties in the communist ranks. The toe-to-toe open-field confrontation of the CP militia forces against Chiang's German/Japanese-advised regulars was bound to fail, and it did. It was the party leader's decision to put militias against regulars was the strategy that failed. The party lost many militants unnecessarily. A leadership showdown was now on the horizon. In March 1931, what remained of the original leadership of the CPC in Shanghai brought what members they could from other parts of the country. Deng was ordered to leave the Communist 7th Battalion and relocate in Shanghai. After returning to Shanghai, Deng discovered that his first wife and daughter had died during childbirth. In addition, he discovered that many of his former comrades had been murdered in Chiang's slaughter of the communists. Flashback. Invasion of Manchuria. Interventions in China. Japan wanted Manchuria as a supply of slave labor and raw materials. In the entire China adventure of the Japanese rulers, China was a market for their manufactured goods. In September 1931. Incident. Japan invaded Manchuria outright after the Japan invaded Manchuria. Mukden. On January 28, 1932, Chinese and Japanese troops fought a battle known as the First Shanghai Incident. This resulted in Chiang's treasonous agreement with Japan over Shanghai, which forbade the Chinese from deploying troops in their own city. In Manchukuo, Chiang's fascist army was fighting the anti-Japanese volunteer armies that had arisen from the widespread public outrage over Chiang's policy of non-resistance to Japan. You will recall that at this time the fascist Chiang was very busy attacking the Jiangxi Soviet while refusing to fight Japan. In February 1932, after 5 months of fighting, the puppet state Manchukuo Pui of Manchukuo was established. The last emperor of China installed as its puppet ruler. Chiang's China appealed to the League of Nations. Pui was for help. In reality, Chiang was just making noise to pacify the patriotic elements in the KMT army. He did not expect or want any help. The investigation of the League led to the publication of the Lytton Report. Condemning Japan for its incursion into Manchuria. Japan used the Lytton Report as an excuse to withdraw from the League of Nations. No capitalist country was willing to act against Japan beyond a censure. The Soviet Union was not yet a member of the League. The USSR joined the League in September 1934 and was expelled in 1939. In 1933, the Japanese attacked the Great Wall. Tangdu Truce. Jihol region. Chiang engaged in truce, giving Japan control of province as well as a demilitarized zone between the Great Wall and the Beijing-Tianjin region. Japan wanted another buffer zone between Manchukuo and Chiang's fascist government in Nanjing. Meanwhile, Chiang with his Japanese and Nazi military advisors was preparing for his fifth anti-Red Bandit campaign against the Red Republic in Jiangxi. The political power of Chiang's fascist government in China was limited to the area of the Yangtze River Delta. Chinese collaborators. Delta. Other sections of China were essentially in the hands of local Chinese warlords. Japan sought various and helped them establish governments friendly to Japan. This policy was called the North China Autonomous Movement. It tried with little success to influence the northern provinces of Suiyuan, Hebei, Shanxi, and Shaanxi, Chahar, Shandong. It was more effective in Mongolia, Inner Chahar. In 1935, Chiang signed the He-Yamizu Agreement, which forbade the KMT from conducting party operations in Hebei. In the same year, he gave away Chahar in the China-Doihara Agreement. By the end of 1935, the Chiang's so-called government abandoned northern China. In its place, the Japanese fronts, East Hebei Autonomous Council and the East Hebei Autonomous Council, Political Council were established. On May 12, 1936, in the empty space of Chahar, the Hebei Chahar Mongol military government was created by the invaders. Japan provided all necessary bureaucratic and military forces. Meanwhile, patriotic Chinese volunteer forces fought Japanese aggression in Manchuria, Chahar and Suiyuan. Manchuria. First crossroads. Suiyuan. The campaigns against the communists in the cities represented a crossroads for CPC strategy. Qin had pushed for a line of proletarian vanguard without alliances with other essential sectors of the people. However, Without even one city they could call their own, this was a strategy without a home base. No regular army based on industrial workers could be created without state power in at least one appropriate city. Conversely, the communist leader Mao Zedong saw the rural farming masses as the main base for a revolutionary force in China. Therefore, in a mountainous area of Jiangxi province, Mao had established a communist system. In this Red Republic, the CPC conducted the experiments that gave them the experience to form the embryo of a future China under communism. These communists adopted their official name as the Chinese Soviet Republic. In Moscow it was often called the Jiangxi Soviet. In summer 1931, in one of the most important cities in the Chinese Soviet Republic, Ruijin, Deng took over as secretary of the party committee. Huichang. In winter 1932, Deng went on to play the same position in the nearby district of. In 1933, he became director of the propaganda department of the provincial party committee in Jiangxi. It was then that he married a young woman he had met in Shanghai named Jean Weiying. Temporary resolution. Of 2 lines. The successes of the Soviet in Jiangxi made the Shanghai CPC leaders decide to move there. There was an inevitable confrontation between Mao Mad Deng with the incoming Shanghai party leaders. The struggle between the two factions led to the removal of Deng, who took Mao's side. No longer director of the propaganda department, Deng's second wife, Jean Weiying, left him. She did so over the split between the two factions as she was supporting the incoming Shanghai group. Despite the strife within the party, the Jiangxi Soviet became the first successful experiment of communist rule in rural China. It even issued stamps and paper money under the letterhead of the Soviet Republic of China. The fascist army of the gangster Chiang Kai-shek attacked the communist area 4 times. Each time the Nazi and Japanese advisors to Chiang organized a blockhouse fence surrounding the Red frontier. From there, they would move forward and attack. Each time the Reds outwitted them, using the tactic of reconnaissance in force to break through the fascist lines and split it up into segments, they would mop up one by one. Long March summary. Going nowhere. Surrounded by Chiang Kai-shek's fascist army and its German and Japanese advisors, the communists defeated 4 of their anti-red bandit campaigns. The 5th time around, the party leaders decided that this strategy of defense was taking them nowhere. They then decided the better part of valor would be to leave the geographical setting of the Jiangxi Soviet, and to do so in a way that would prepare them to take state power in all of China. The idea was to retrace their original route from Canton in the Northern Expedition and revisit all the villagers who had supported them in the 1926-1927 campaign, thus building a base for the future. They were heading for Xian and Shaanxi provinces, specifically the loess deposits of Yan'an. This epic movement would forever mark the greatest turning point in the development of Chinese communism. It began with the evacuation of the Jiangxi Soviet. It lasted 1 year in actual marching. It concluded with the investment of Yan'an. 1. 2. The evacuation was difficult, because the fascist thug army surrounded them. However, Chiang had not anticipated the breakout. The CPC had prepared the evacuation in complete and successful secrecy, so when they moved, the fascists were caught totally by surprise. The Red Republic took not only its army but all of its citizenry on the long march. Advancing through remote and mountainous terrain, 100,000 men, women and children managed to escape Jiangxi. Along the way, they met old friends in the villages they had liberated once before and left behind large contingents to build secret bases and meld into the local communities as common farmers. 3. This long strategic retrograde through the interior of China ended 1 year later when 10,000 of the original contingent arrived in the northern province of Shaanxi at Yan'an, Shaanxi. Details of Long March October 1934 to October 1935, 5,400 miles and 370 days. The Long March, October 1934 to October 1935, was a military retrograde movement undertaken by the Red Army of their Army, Communist Party of China, People's Liberation Army. It was under attack from day one by the fascist armies of the Kuomintang. In October 1934, the main force Red Army and the people of the Jiangxi Red Republic marched out of Jiangxi province. There were other communist armies in the south that also escaped to the north and west, so there were other marches. The main force Red Army consisted of the First Front Army of the main force Red Army consisted of the First Front Army of the Chinese Soviet Republic. It protected the government of the Red Republic in Jiangxi under the leadership of the CPC. They had decided that the better strategy in the event of the 5th anti-Red Bandit campaign of Chiang Kai-shek's troops would be to change locales. The plan was to follow the same path they had taken in the Northern Expedition of 1926 to 1927 from Canton to Shanghai and Wuhan. They would rebuild their farming mass base not only by their arrival but also by leaving large contingents of cadre behind in each village. The Communists, under the eventual command of Mao Zedong and Mao Zedong. Zhou Enlai escaped Chiang's fascist army in a circling retrograde to the west and north. The march traversed over 9,000 kilometers, 5,400 miles, in 370 days. The route passed through some of the most difficult terrain of western China, traveling west, then north, to Shanxi. Mao Zedong. Zedong's leadership during the Long March gained him the support of the overwhelming body of the membership of the party. Mao's personal prestige and that of his Long March comrades secured their position as the leaders of the CPC in the following decades. Timeline background: 1931, unofficial founding of the Jiangxi, Fujian Soviet by Mao Zedong and Zhu De. 1931, December, Zhou Enlai arrives in Beijing and replaces Mao as leader of the CCP. 1932, October, at the criticized Mao's tactics. 1933, Ningdu Conference. Bogu. Otto Braun. Conference, major CCP military leaders. And arrived from the USSR, ordered by the Comintern to reorganize the Red Army and take control of party affairs. They defeated 4 encirclement campaigns. Change in strategy: 1933, September 25th, start of the 5th encirclement campaign. Bo and Braun were defeated and Mao and Deng were victorious with their new strategy. Breakout and March 1934, October 16th, breakout of 130,000 soldiers and civilians to begin the Long March. 1934, November 25th to December 3rd, Battle of 1935, January 15th to 17th. Xiang River. Junyi Conference. River Conference. The leadership of Bo and Braun is replaced. Zhou, Deng and Mao become the most powerful persons in the party. 1935, June, July, troops under Mao, Deng and Zhou meet with Guotao's troops. The two forces disagree on strategy and separate. Jiang. Jinsha River, a major tributary of the 1935, April 29th to May 8th, crossing the Yangtze. 1935, May 22nd, Ihai alliance with the 1935, May 29th, CCP forces capture People. Looting Bridge. 1935, July, CCP forces cross the Jade Dragon Snow Mountains. 1935, August, CCP forces cross the Zoij Marsh. 1935, September 16th, CCP forces cross the Lazica Pass. 1935, October 22nd, union of the three armies in Shanxi, end of the Long March. 1935, November, Mao elected chairman of the Politburo and thus the leader of the CCP, and Zhou is made Mao's number 1. China's Red Army 1934 to 1935. Official publications of the People's Republic of China refer to the Long March as the Long March of the Red Army. The Long March most commonly refers to the transfer of the main group of the First, or Central, Red Army. This included the leaders of the Communist Party of China, from Yide, Yan'an, in the province of Jiangxi to in Shanxi. In this sense, the Long March lasted from October 16, 1934 to October 19, 1935, including the other two Red Armies, the Second Red Army and the Fourth Red Army. The successful retrograde movement of all was complete October 22, 1935, when the three forces linked up in Shanxi. Divisional structure: workers and peasants. Red Army. Most of the divisions of the Chinese Workers' and Peasants' Red Army were named according to date of formation, not by chronological order. For example, a division formed on May 16, 1942 might have the designation 516th Division. Occasionally other historical circumstances were responsible for numbering a division, e.g., communist units born of defection from KMT forces might keep their original designations. In 1934, the Long March had numerous small units organized into three unified groups: the First Red Army, Hongyi Fengnianjiwen, the Second Red Army, Hongmer Fengnianjiwen, and the Fourth Red Army, Hongxi Fengnianjiwen. Some translations refer to these same units as the 1st Front Red Army, 2nd Front Red Army, and 4th Front Red Army, to distinguish them from earlier organizational divisions. The 1st Red Army was formed from the 1st, 3rd and 5th Army groups in southern Jiangxi, when several smaller units formed the 4th Red Army under Zhang Guotai in the Sichuan, Shanxi border area. No standard nomenclature of the armies of the Communist Party existed. During the March, central control of separate communist-controlled enclaves within China was limited to radio contact with contingents left behind. After the organization of these first two main forces, the 2nd Red Army was formed in eastern Guizhou by unifying the 2nd and 6th Army groups under led by Heilong Xiaoke. Heilong Ke, in this case a 3rd Red Army, was Long, who established his base area in the Hunan-Hubei border. The defeat of his forces in 1932 led to a merge in October 1934 with the 6th Army Corps, led by Xiaoke, to reform the 2nd Red Army. The Communist armies maintained their historical designation as the 1st, 2nd and 4th Red Armies until Communist military forces were nominally integrated into the National Revolutionary Army (NRA) in Yenin. During the Second Sino-Japanese War 1937 to 1945, the NRA consisted of the 8th Route Army and the new 4th Army. Civil War Fascism versus Communism. In 1921, the Communist Party of China, CCP, was created by 11 Chinese communists led by Qin Duxiu, in a congress attended by 2 Comintern delegates from Moscow. From this beginning, the Comintern was in close liaison, as was Lenin's Politburo, as China was far too important to be left to the Comintern alone. The CPC grew rapidly, especially among the industrial proletariat in major cities of China. Lenin sent Adolf Joffe to Shanghai to negotiate a deal with the most progressive leader of the bourgeois forces in China. Joffe and Sun reached an agreement. The Soviet Republic would send men and material to Sun if he could get a city he could call his own for a base. Sun did so in Canton, now Guangzhou. Lenin was as good as his word, sending advisors, troops, weapons, and money to Sun's republic. The intervention at Sun's request was by the Soviet Republic and the Comintern. In both cases, the Comintern and Russian CP Politburo, it was Joseph Stalin who was designated by Lenin to be the manager, or handler, of his assigned leaders for Soviet liaison to the Chinese Revolution. Lenin picked his favorite Comintern secret agent Michael Borodin and Red Army General Vasily K. Bleicher, Galen, to be in charge of Soviet and Communist affairs in Canton. Sun to Chang. As we have seen, the CCP initially collaborated with the Chinese Nationalist Party, or Kuomintang, KMT, founded by the Revolutionary Republican Sun Yat-sen. Sun died in March 1925, but was out of the entire matter after his stroke in December 1924. The Shanghai Green Gang of Big Erdu then took over the KMT through their secret member Chiang Kai-shek. The Russians and Sun were unaware of who Chiang really was. In other words, Du was able to control developments in Canton by making his lifelong agent Chiang Kai-shek the KMT boss. This relationship of Chiang with the Green Gang was unknown to the Russian Politburo, the Comintern executive, Joseph Stalin the manager, and most importantly perhaps to the man in charge, Michael Borodin. Accordingly, Borodin and Bleicher, given the name Galen as it was easier for Chinese to pronounce. Galen was a contraction of Bleicher's children's names. Galen created the National Revolutionary Army for Sun Yat-sen. Its officers' school was on Whampoa Island, offshore Canton. Du agent Chiang Kai-shek was the school commandant. In 1926, 2 years later, the Northern Expedition departed for Shanghai and Wuhan, with its final destination as Beijing. Along the way, it succeeded in wresting control of large areas of China from local warlords. Then it took Shanghai and Wuhan and established a government in Wuhan. Warlords. In April 1927, fascist thugs of Du and Chiang attacked the communist components of the NRA in Shanghai and many other cities. Thousands of communists were killed or worse, burned alive in locomotive engines. Chiang declared himself dictator of the Republic of China with its capital in Shanghai. In 1928, the surprise attack drove surviving party supporters to rural strongholds. From this flight, Mao created the Jiangxi Soviet in the mountains of the Jiangxi-Hunan region. Deserters and defecting Kuomintang army units, supplemented by peasants from the communist rural Soviets, formed the Chinese Workers' and Peasants' Red Army. The ideological confrontation between the CCP and the KMT soon evolved into the first phase of the Chinese Civil War. Jiangxi Soviet Republic. By 1930, the Communist Red Army had established the Chinese Soviet Republic in the provinces of Jiangxi and Fujian. Ruijin, with its capital city of Ruijin. Here there were factories of industrial type and thus an incipient proletariat. In 1930, Mao led the campaign to liquidate KMT spies and Trotskyites operating inside the Jiangxi Soviet. The campaign continued until the end of 1931, killing many enemies while building a Red Army of 10,000 vetted regulars. Zhou Enlai and Deng Xiaoping supported Mao's campaign to eliminate KMT spies and Trotskyite enemy agents. August 1932 Ningdu Conference. In December of 1931, Zhou replaced Mao Zedong as Secretary of the First Front Army and Political Commissar of the Red Army. In 1932, most senior leaders supported Mao in the Politburo at the Ningdu Conference, including Zhou Enlai, Xu De and Deng. These Maoists were completely disillusioned with the strategic leadership of the previous empowered leaders in the party who had led them from one catastrophe to another. Chiang's encirclement campaigns. In early 1933, Bogu arrived in Jiangxi with the German Comintern advisor, Otto Braun, and took control of party affairs. Zhou was strong. Support from party and military colleagues reorganized and standardized the Red Army. Under Zhou, Bo, and Braun, the Red Army defeated 4 attacks by Chiang Kai-shek's fascist troops. Then, getting nowhere fast, the party held a secret Politburo conference to hash out a new strategy. As we have seen, there was little point in going for a 5th defeat of Chiang's anti-Red bandit campaigns. There would only be a 6th, and so on. The party would soon be isolated. It would be better to change locales to a safe place where they could build the army necessary to take all of China somewhere down the road. With difficulty, Mao, Deng and Zhou won over Bo and Braun to the idea of a long march to a safe haven. It would begin with a march through territory they had previously liberated. They would leave large contingents of cadre and citizenry behind in each village and province to build them into revolutionary bases. Later these bases could be activated as desired. The new safe area in Yan'an would have active support bases as a product of the march. From the north and the south the communists could begin the liberation of all of China. March kicks off. Hitler joins in. Hitler had come to power in Germany in January 1933, and he threw his support in the form of advisors and material to the Chiang Kai-shek fascists. Then Hitler sent Wehrmacht General Hans von Seeckt to see that Chiang didn't fuck up this 5th campaign. This was an indication of how important world fascism saw China and their new favorite fascist Chiang Kai-shek. In September 1933, the Fascist Army under Fascist Army Chiang Kai-shek completely encircled Jiangxi. As usual, Chiang's fascist forces established a fortified perimeter. For the 5th time the Jiangxi Soviet was besieged. Showdown in July 1934, the leaders of the party, dominated by Bo Du, forced Mao from the Politburo of the Communist Party in Ruijin, and placed him under house arrest. Mao was replaced by Wang Ming and Zhou Enlai as leader of the military commission. At this time, von Seeckt and Chiang's strategy of slowly constructing a series of interlocking blockhouses of European medieval castle type was completed. Gunned down between January and March 1934, the fascists advanced methodically. Bo and Braun continued to employ orthodox military tactics, putting militia into face-to-face combat against regulars, and this resulted in a series of KMT advances and heavy Red casualties. In October 1934, KMT troops won a decisive battle and drove deep into the heart of the Central Soviet area so that now Ruijin became exposed to KMT attack. The anti-Mao party leaders faced the choice of either remaining and perishing or of abandoning the base area as Mao had urged from the beginning, and attempting to break through the enemy encirclement. Mao was released from house arrest and promoted to command. Now or never. In August 1934, a Red Army intelligence agent, Mo Xiong, a spy earlier placed by Zhou Enlai in the fascist army headquarters in Nanchang, brought news that Chiang Kai-shek was preparing a major offensive against the communist capital, Ruijin. It was now or never for both sides. The communist leadership decided to implement the strategic retrograde movement, avoiding annihilation, while implementing the regrouping of all communist military units throughout China. The regrouping was initially to link up with the Second Red Army commanded by Heilongjian, Hubei, West and North. Escape from Jiangxi. To evacuate the entire Jiangxi Soviet Central Base area, the Politburo's Standing Committee appointed a 3-man implementation committee, to wit: 1. Bo, responsible for politics, thus effectively kicked upstairs. 2. Braun, responsible for military strategy, placed where his experience was most relevant, and 3. Zhou, responsible for the implementation of military planning and in charge of logistics, and the de facto new commanding generalissimo. Zhou, Mao, and Deng. Take command. Zhou was chairman of the implementation committee. Mao Zedong, having already been elevated to command, acted as his number one. Deng Xiaoping, in charge of operations, acted as his number two. They made their plans in complete secrecy. They told no one anything about who was to leave or when. Even the most senior party and army leaders were only given their specific orders at the last moment. A rear guard of 16,000 troops in 4 divisions was headed by the Communists' most notable commanders: Xiang Yingying, Chen Yi, Tan Jinlin, Chu Qiubai, Yi Jinlin, and Qiubai. It was their critical task to divert the main force of fascist troops from noticing and preventing what was going on, i.e., a general withdrawal. Preparation. October 1934 and June 1934, the vanguard and screening force for the retrograde movement was commanded by Fang Jimin. He was to break through KMT lines. Zhou's intelligence agents were successful in identifying a large section of Chiang's blockhouse lines manned by troops under General Chen Jitong. Chen Jitong was a Guangdong warlord likely to prefer preserving his army rather than fighting with the Reds. Accordingly, Zhou made a deal with him to allow safe passage of the Fang forces. Thus, Fang Jimin's attack surprised the Kuomintang. A Red reconnaissance in force had shown that although the fascist line was numerically superior to the communists, it had the Chen Jitong spot that could be made weak. Fang attacked there. By the time reinforcements arrived from the fascist headquarters, he was in position to, at great cost, break the fascist encirclement. The main body of the evacuation then poured through that break. At least that is what the Chiang commanders thought they saw. This early breakthrough was actually a diversion to draw Chiang's reinforcements away from the main breakthrough target. Climax at Yudu on October 16, 1934, the Reds moved a force of about 130,000 soldiers and civilians to attack all along many miles of the KMT line near Yudu. Here at Yudu, more than 86,000 troops, 11,000 administrative personnel, and numberless civilian porters successfully made it and broke out alive. The remainder, largely wounded or ill soldiers, joined the rear guard and continued to fight a delaying action after the main force had left. Then all of that rear guard dispersed into the countryside to harass KMT units and fought a guerrilla war. Of those leaders who stayed behind with the rear guard, some were captured and executed by the KMT thugs after the fall of Ruijin in November 1934. Among those murdered, Chu Qiubian, the youngest brother of Mao Zedong. Mao Zedong. In early October 1934, the Red Army successfully crossed the Xinfeng River and marched through the province of Guangdong and into Hunan, before encountering the last of Chiang's fortifications at the Xiang River. Fascist regulars finally were able to engage the Reds in open field toe-to-toe fighting but failed to subdue them. The Red forces they engaged were no longer militia but well-trained regulars. The First Red Army escaped with 36,000 regular soldiers intact. Bo Gu and Otto Braun no longer served any useful purpose, and they would soon be replaced by Zhou, who had remained calm and retained a firm command, with Mao and Deng in place. From November 30 to December 1, 1934, acceptable communist losses occurred over 2 days of heavy fighting. The breakout had been a resounding success. The new command got the credit from the soldiery and the citizenry. Changing the route. Mao's plan. It was obvious that Chiang would try to intercept the Red Army in Hunan. Mao expected the KMT defensive positions at Guizhou to be weak, and his plan was for the Red Army to change direction and head towards Guizhou. On December 12, 1934, a meeting was held at Tongdao, a town close to the border of Hunan and Guizhou. It was convened to discuss Mao's plan. Generalissimo Zhou Enlai endorsed Mao's proposal, encouraging other leaders to overrule the objections of Bo and Braun, and it was made so. When the Reds reached Liping, in the mountains of southeast Guizhou, Braun wanted to go to eastern Guizhou. Mao said no. The Red Army should go to western Guizhou, where he said the KMT forces were under strength. Furthermore, western Guizhou borders Sichuan, and Mao wanted to establish a strong contingent there to implement the fundamental justification for the march here and now. Zhou sided with Mao. Braun flew into a rage because he was overruled in the debate. The upshot was that Mao's plan was voted in, and Zhou took the Red Army to Guizhou. Zuni and Western. New year brings new leadership corps on the brink. On January 1, 1935, the Red Army reached the Wu River. Bo and Braun wanted to move back to western Hunan to join other communist troops. By this time their prestige was non-existent, and their idea rejected out of hand. Supreme Commander Zhou Enlai had become impatient with them and proposed an enabling rule that was put into effect immediately. From that moment forward, all military plans had to be submitted to the Politburo for approval. Zhou, Mao Deng, and their comrades now dominated the Politburo, so the motion passed. Clearly, Braun no longer had direction of military affairs, the original justification for having him on the three-men implementation committee. On January 15, 1935, the Red Army captured Junyi, the second largest city in Guizhou. As Mao had predicted, the city was weakly defended, and too far from KMT forces to be under immediate threat of counterattack. By the time the Red Army occupied Junyi, the KMT had fewer than 10,000 men in the city, all of whom surrendered. Zhou used the peace afforded in Junyi to call an enlarged Politburo meeting to examine the causes of the communists' repeated defeats. The removal of Bo and Braun was ordered. Junyi Conference on January 15 to 17, 1935, the Communist Junyi Conference resulted in a total change in the Party Politburo. Zhou had called the conference to draw lessons from the Red Army's past failures and to develop strategies for the future. The question was, were the defeats of the Red Army due to unavoidable circumstances, or inadequacies of leadership? Bo Gu was the first speaker, and he attributed the Red Army's losses to objective causes, particularly the enemy's overwhelming numerical superiority, as well as poor coordination of communist forces. Braun's interpreter, Wu Xiuquan, said that Bo's arguments did not impress his audience. He appeared to be avoiding responsibility. Zhou Enlai was the next to speak. Zhou blamed the Red Army's failures on poor decisions at the leadership level. He blamed himself as one of the three people most responsible. Zhou's willingness to accept responsibility was well received. Jiang Wentian attacked Bo and Braun directly, criticizing them for numerous strategic and tactical errors. Mao Zedong was the third speaker. He analyzed the poor tactics and strategies of Bo and Braun. Zhou said in his opinion Mao's analysis was correct. The meeting concurred. 17 of the meeting's 20 participants agreed with Zhou and Mao. Bo, Braun, and He Kequan voted against the consensus. In short, the conference voted 17-3 to support the Mao Zedong analysis. Zhou Enlai's political career was never in question, even though he was held partially responsible for the Red Army's defeat. Zhou was retained at the top level of party leadership, because of his differences with Bo and Braun. At Ningdu, his successful tactics in defeating Chiang's fourth encirclement campaign, and his resolute support of Mao. In February 1935, Mao's wife, He Zizhen, gave birth to a daughter. Given the harsh conditions of the march, the infant had to be left with a local family to keep her safe. Jiang Wentian. In March 1935, the final shift in the party's leadership was formalized. Wentian became General Secretary, and he was elected one of three members of Military Affairs Commission. The other two were Zhou Enlai, who retained his position as director of the commission, and Wang Jiaxiang, another Mao supporter. Zhou Enlai continued as de facto generalissimo, having final decisions on military matters. Mao Zedong was number 1 in charge of operations. Deng Xiaoping was number 2, in charge of logistics. Wang Jiaxiang was number 3 in charge of personnel and intelligence. The Maoists had complete control of the military commission and thus the march. Escaping Chiang's pursuit. The direct route to Sichuan had been blocked by the KMT, so First Red Army forces spent the next several months maneuvering to avoid direct confrontation with the enemy. The new military commission maneuvered the Red Army south and west, through Guizhou, Sichuan, and Yunnan. All the time it was feigning attacks on Guiyang and Kunming to disguise the overall aim of the retrograde movement, which was to join Yunnan. Zhang Guotao's Fourth Red Army. Crossing the Yangtze on May 9, 1935, the First Red Army crossed the Yangtze, escaping the fascist pursuit. It still had to deal with dangerous mountain passes at heights of up to 12,500 feet, 4,000 meters, which is close to the maximum for lowland Chinese without supplementary oxygen. Throughout the long march there were extraordinarily rough climatic conditions, replacing the fascists as enemy number 1. The Red Army had to confront this enemy while suffering through shortages of food, clothing, and equipment. Along the way, the Red Army had to deal with hostile tribes of local ethnic groups. Looting bridge. The Red Army had to cross mountains and rivers, often capturing river crossings heavily defended by hostile warlords and fascist troops. The most famous example was the capture and use of the looting bridge. Ethnic warlords. Ethnic group warlords often refused to take the KMT side in the Civil War. because the prowess of the Red Army struck terror in their breasts. Where the fascist forces, as in the case of the 300 Kampa bandits, suborned local warlords, they suffered massive losses. The KMT military command in Sichuan had recruited these Kampa bandits to destabilize the local Han warlord, Lu Wenhui. Wenhui. Lu had refused to do battle against the Red Army to save his own force from destruction. 1934 Kamba Rebellion. Another example was the first Red Army clash with Kham rebels in the rebellion. The Kham themselves were on the run from Royal Tibetan forces. Hui. Mao's first Red Army traversed several swamps while under attack by the Muslim Ma clique. Muslim Ma's forces were commanded by his kinfolk generals Ma Bufengand, Ma Buqing. In summary, all the ethnic suckers the fascist forces were able to recruit to do battle with the Red Army were defeated. Meeting 4th Red Army. Jean learns hard way in June and July 1935, the 1st Red Army met with the 4th Red Army at Lianghekou. Zhang Guotao had commanded the 4th Red Army through its retrograde from Henan. Zhang had arrived with 84,000 troops in excellent condition. Zhang wanted one of his own generals, Chang Hao, to take over Zhou's position as generalissimo of the entire Red Army. He himself wanted to replace Zhu De on the military commission. On July 18, 1935, the First Red Army Military Commission agreed in principle for Zhou to relinquish his position as generalissimo and for several leading positions to be handed to generals of the 4th Red Army. In practice, these changes never got through the talking stage because Zhang disagreed with Mao on the next phase of the Long March. Mao insisted that the Long March go north to Shanxi. Zhang insisted on going southwest. Thus, the two armies each went their separate ways. Shanxi. Zhang Guotao's 4th Red Army's course to the south and west did not work out for him, and he eventually headed north. By didn't work out, I mean that on his southern and western course Zhang's forces were largely destroyed. Initially by the forces of Chiang Kai-shek and then by Chiang's Chinese Ma clique Muslim allies. The same ones that Mao had whipped hand to hand, Zhang's troops could not. The defeated remnants of the 4th Red Army were able to avoid annihilation and succeeded in rejoining elements of the 2nd Red Army. Together, the 4th and 2nd Red Armies linked up with Mao's 1st Red Army forces in Shanxi at Yan'an. Zhang was the kind of commander that has to learn the hard way. History. 2nd Red Army. The 2nd Red Army began its own retrograde aiming west from Hubei in November 1935. It was commanded by He Long. He Long had an interesting history in that he had originally commanded the KMT 20th Army in 1923. Then he joined the Communist Party of China. In reprisal, Shanghai Green Gang gangster, the fascist thug Chiang Kai-shek, had He Long's relatives executed, including 3 sisters and a brother. In 1932, He Long helped establish the Jiangxi border area Soviet in the Hunan Jiangxi. In August 1934, he received command of the 2nd Red Army, with its home base in Hubei. To assist in preparing for its retrograde movement, the 1st Red Army sent the 6th Group to He Long in Hubei 2 months before the march kicked off. The 6th Group was commanded by Xiao Ke. Xiao Ke's force along with He Long's 2nd Red Army combined forces in the event. On November 19, 1935, Xiao Ke's 6th Group and He Long's 2nd Red Army set out on their own long march. However, after the kickoff, He Long and Xiao Ke lost communication with the 1st Red Army. The He and Ke's merged forces were now simply the 2nd Red Army, and it fought its way further west than the 1st Red Army. It traveled all the way to Lijiang in Yunnan Province, which is the province bordering on North Vietnam. It then crossed the Jade Dragon Snow Mountain and marched through the Tibetan highlands of West Sichuan. Leading women of the Long March. He Long and Xiao Ke were married to sisters who also accompanied the army. He Long's wife, Jian Xianren, carried her baby daughter to whom she had given birth 3 weeks before their march. Jian Xianfui gave birth to a son in the swamps of North Sichuan. Foreign detainees and guests. Rudolf Boschert. Forces of the 2nd Red Army detained 2 European missionaries and Arnoldus Heymann for 16 months. Boschert later related his account of the details of daily life on the Long March in a book. Edgar Snow traveled to Yan'an and became a guest of the 1st Red Army, writing a book which quickly became an international bestseller called Red Star over China. Union of 3 Armies. October 22, 1935. End of Long March. On October 22, 1935, Mao's army reached Shanxi province and joined with local communist forces there. Zhang's 4th Red Army rejoined Mao in Shanxi. Lujidanjidan. The Fourth Army preparatory step had been taken way back in the months preceding the final decision to go on the Long March. Local commissars were Gao Gang, Su Haidong, Gang, and Haidong, who had built an excellent Soviet base in northern Shaanxi. This proves that Mao had foreseen all the details of the Long March long before the party as a whole had accepted the concept. On October 22, 1935, after marching almost a full year, the Second Red Army reached Baoan in Shaanxi and the three armies were united. It was the end of the Long March. The Red Army Logistics Department under Deng Xiaoping, G4, built an arsenal of weapons confiscated from whipped local warlords. Its Operations Department, G1, under Mao Zedong, confiscated property from landlords. Its Personnel Department under Wang, G3, recruited peasants and the poor, and in this was assisted at every step by the Intelligence Department, G2. Along the way, some 50,000 troops and civilians were planted for the future. Some 8,000 troops of the original 100,000 soldiers in Mao's First Front Army ultimately made it to the final destination of Yan'an. Fatigue. In 1935. Fatigue, hunger, cold, and sickness, not to mention military casualties, left their mark. New permanent command in November 1935, shortly after settling in northern Shaanxi, Mao officially took over Zhou Enlai's generalissimo position in the Red Army, becoming chairman of the Military Commission. Zhou Enlai and Deng Xiaoping became vice chairman. Zhang Gutao made a complete self-criticism and was made deputy to Deng. From this time forward, Mao Zedong was the preeminent leader of the Communist Party of China. Zhou was his number one, Deng Xiaoping number two. Both Mao and Zhou would retain their positions until their deaths, in 1976. Aftermath: Red Star over China. While costly, the Long March gave the Communist Party of China, CCP, the isolated Yan'an locale it needed to rebuild, while avoiding the attacks of Japanese and German-backed Chiang Kai-shek's fascist KMT. The Red Army recuperated and rebuilt in the wilderness of northern China. Yan'an was vital in helping the CCP prove itself to a new group of oppressed farmers. The determination and dedication of the arriving Long Marchers did the job. About this, Mao wrote in 1935. The Long March is a manifesto. It has proclaimed to the world that the Red Army is an army of heroes, while the imperialists and their running dogs, Chiang Kai-shek and his like, are impotent. It has proclaimed their utter failure to encircle, pursue, obstruct, and intercept us. The Long March is also a propaganda force. It has announced to some 200 million people in 11 provinces that the road of the Red Army is their only road to liberation. Mao issued the 8 points of attention. Instructing the army to avoid harm to or disrespect of the farmers, in spite of the soldiers' desperate need for food and supplies. This policy won unending support for the communists among the rural masses. Militia to regular. During these years, the Chinese Communist Party persevered and strengthened its influence. The Red Army fought a disciplined and organized guerrilla campaign against superior Japanese forces, allowing it to gain experience. As it did, it trained regular army forces in the rear safe haven. Soon Red regulars would be able to go toe-to-toe against Chiang's best and Japan's undefeated regulars. Forcing KMT into nominal anti-Japanese alliance from 1937 through 1945, the Reds were able to forge a nominal alliance with Chiang Kai-shek and the KMT during the Second Sino-Japanese War. It was not an easy task because Chiang was a dyed-in-the-wool ideological fascist. However, elements of the KMT army were patriotic and they made Chiang agree to Mao's overtures. By dividing the patriotic elements away from the fascists, the communists would conquer. Agitation for joint anti-Japanese war. Japan's invasion and occupation of Manchuria was not opposed by Chiang Kai-shek and the KMT. He had been a Japanese comprador all of his life. The Shanghai Green Gang, where Chiang's primary loyalty always lay, knew that they could make lots of money with the Japanese fascists. They had always done so, as the Japanese ruling clique had been a partner in their opium rackets. The Japanese ruling families were more than happy for Chiang and the Green Gang to run the opium trade out of Shanghai in exchange for a piece of that action. This is an old story in the opium business and continues to this very day, where the US Armed Forces and the CIA are the biggest partners of the Afghan opium drug lords. At any rate, Chiang and his boss Big Ear Du knew that their real enemy was the Communist Party of China. The CPC was the great threat to them as it wanted to change the entire way of life of the servitude epoch. The Reds agitated for a rebirth of the primitive communist order on the new and highly advanced technological base of capitalism converted to socialism. Chiang's Achilles heel. His own creation. Accordingly, Chiang and the KMT refused to ally with the Reds to fight against the Imperial Japanese Army. Army. Chiang preferred to wipe out domestic communists who would end his business rather than engage in a turf war with foreign gangsters. These Japanese ruling family gangsters just wanted to muscle up their peace. Chiang's problem was that he had been preaching a patriotic fascism to his officers. As often as not, these officers were of that patriotic persuasion. Chiang's Achilles' heel was of his own creation. The CPC knew that to finish him, all they needed to do was focus the anger of the Chinese masses against the brutal Japanese invasion of China. 1936 Xi'an incident forces Chiang into alliance with Reds. Chiang's policy of appeasement and outright collaboration with the Japanese led him to order KMT generals Zhang Xueliang and Zhang Xueliang Yang Huqing to carry out a campaign against the CPC. However, their provincial armies had already suffered significant casualties in battles with the Red Army. Disgruntled, these two generals turned against their boss. On December 12, 1936, Generals Zhang and Yang kidnapped Chiang at Xi'an and forced him into a truce with the CPC. The incident became known as the Xi'an Incident. Second United Front Incident. Zhou Enlai flew to Xi'an and negotiated with Chiang personally. The upshot? Both parties suspended fighting to focus their energies in fighting against the Japanese. Reds know Chiang. Not sincere, but in 1937, Chiang's fallback idea was that the alliance he had been forced into would be in name only. However, by 1937, Nippon's bosses had had enough of Chiang's new face and Japan launched its full-scale invasion of China. Tokyo's well-equipped and certainly better disciplined troops easily overran KMT defenders in northern and coastal China. The fascist army of the KMT by this time was primarily an assortment of thugs, bossing common soldier freeloaders who had joined for 3 hots and a cot. The sincere anti-Japanese fighters could be isolated and educated by Red Army political officers. Conventional warfare. Meanwhile, the Red Army of the CPC had shunned unnecessary fighting guerrilla style, all the time training regular units for face-to-face battle with Chiang's regulars and Japan's finest. In other words, as we have seen, the first lesson of the Long March had been to avoid face-to-face militia encounters with KMT regulars, had it not? So the CPC Red Army engaged in guerrilla warfare against the Japanese? True enough, the time would come when the CPC would have to stand up a conventional regular army, but first they knew they had to use what they had built in Yenin. In a phrase, what they had was a glorified militia army, and they knew it. But in the years since 1935, the Red Army had developed 2 regular field armies. Now they were going to need them. To summarize, the level of actual cooperation and coordination between the CPC and KMT during World War II was at best minimal, because Chiang would rather act the Japanese comprador and get paid for it. The Japanese were happy to trade cash for land and thus paid Chiang to withdraw from engagements rather than to act in a patriotic manner. It had been left to the communists to fight the Japanese, and they took up the gauntlet. 1937 full-scale invasion. On the night of July 7, 1937, Chinese and Japanese troops exchanged fire in the vicinity of the Lugo, Marco Polo, Bridge, which was a crucial access route to Beijing. A full-scale battle developed. Japanese invading troops took Beijing and its port city of Tianjin. On July 29, 1937, some 5,000 troops of the 1st and 2nd Corps of the Chiang's East Hopi Army mutinied, turning against Chiang and attacked the Japanese garrison. The Japanese military ostensibly protected some 260 Japanese civilians living in Tongzhou in accordance with the Boxer Protocol of 1901. That was the disgraceful treaty signed by the Chinese imperial regime after Japan invaded China during the Boxer Rebellion. Japanese had engaged in rebellion, the atrocities and massacres against civilians, and burned Beijing, suppressing that rebellion. The Marco Polo Bridge incident was the beginning of a new Sino-Japanese war. On July 10, 1937, Chiang Kai-shek announced a change in the KMT policy of non-resistance against Japan at Lushan, 3 days after the Lushan Marco Polo Bridge incident. Of course, the communists were already fighting Japan. Battle of Shanghai. November 1937. On August 12, 1937, Chiang Kai-shek mobilized his army and air force under his direct command and laid siege to the Japanese area of Shanghai International Settlement. There 30,000 Japanese civilians lived with 30,000 troops. On August 13, 1937, KMT soldiers and warplanes attacked Marines in Shanghai, leading to the Battle of Shanghai. Battle of Shanghai. Japanese. On August 14th, KMT planes bombed the Shanghai International Settlement. From August 14th through August 16th, 1937, Japanese planes bombed Shanghai. The Imperial Japanese Navy (IJN) sent many sorties, advanced long-ranged G3M of the then medium-heavy land-based bombers and assorted carrier-based aircraft, KMT Air Force, against the force. Patriotic Chinese pilots fought an effective resistance with their Hawk 3 and Hawk 3 P-26 of 281 P-shooter fighter squadrons. The Japanese took heavy 50% losses from the defending Chinese pilots. The KMT accordingly designated August 14th as China's Air Force Day. As in Spain, the skies of China had become a testing zone for combat aircraft designs of both fascism and defending republicanism. But a big difference was that the Chinese did not have Soviet support, as the KMT had been fighting against the Communists for the many preceding years. On September 18, 1937, the Japanese introduced their advanced A-5M fighters into the Shanghai-Nanking theater of operations, as they hoped these warplanes would give them air superiority. The few experienced Chinese veteran pilots, in their older and slower biplanes, proved more than able to hold their own against the sleek A-5MS in dogfights. So the battle of dogfights. Shanghai turned into a battle of attrition. At the start of the Shanghai battle, the local strength of Chiang's KMT army was around 5 divisions, each of about 14,000 officers and men, or about 70,000 troops. Local Japanese forces comprised about 6,300 Marines. On August 23, 1937, Japanese army reinforcements succeeded in landing in northern Shanghai, 200,000 troops joining the 6,300 Japanese Marines already there. Japan invaded with numerous naval vessels and aircraft. On October 26, 1937, after more than 3 months of intense fighting, the Japanese army captured Dachangzhen, an important strong point within Shanghai. On November 5, 1937, additional reinforcements from Japan landed on Hangzhou Bay. On November 9, 1937, Chiang ordered a general retreat. Rape massacre Nanking in December 1937, building on the hard-won victory in Shanghai, the IJ captured the KMT capital city of Nanking, after taking Nanjing. Northern Shaanxi in September and November 1937. The Japanese had to commit 350,000 Japanese soldiers to win. Between December 13, 1937 and January 30, 1938, Japanese forces tortured and murdered 300,000 Chinese civilians and surrendered soldiers. Along the way, the Imperial Army ordered the rape of tens of thousands of women after the fall of Nanking. 1938 failure and genocide. At the start of 1938, the leadership in Tokyo still hoped to consolidate those areas it controlled in Shanghai, Nanjing, and northern China into one overseas protectorate. However, the patriotic KMT resistance and the communist guerrilla units made this impossible. Therefore, the Japanese escalated the war in Jiangsu in an attempt to wipe out Chinese resistance. In March and April 1938, the Japs were defeated at the Battle of Taizhuang. Following this defeat, the Japanese General Staff realized that they had to wipe out Wuhan, and they changed their strategy. The Communists had de facto control over Wuhan militarily, and the Japanese had been stopped cold. The Imperial General Staff deployed almost all of its existing armies in China to attack the city of Wuhan. On October 27, 1938, the Japanese captured Wuhan at great cost, forcing the KMT to retreat to Chongqing, where Chiang Kai-shek continued to play a double game, saying he would consider a truce if Japan agreed to withdraw to the pre-1937 borders. The communist units and their working-class support evacuated the city and melted into the countryside as usual, fighting a guerrilla war of resistance. With Japanese casualties and costs mounting, the Imperial General Headquarters, IGH, was in serious trouble. Japan's ruling cap families wanted to stop the financial bleeding. So, the IGH attempted to break Chinese resistance by ordering the air branches of their Navy and Army launch massive air raids. 2. On civilian targets. Japanese raiders hit the KMT's new capital at Chongqing and many other major cities in unoccupied China. This genocidal attack left millions of Chinese civilians dead, injured, and homeless. 1939 to 1940 Red Chinese counterattack and stalemate. The beginning of 1939 witnessed the war entering a new phase with unprecedented defeat of the Japanese by the Communists at Suisun, Xi'an, Changsha and Guangxi. Changsha, Guangxi. In 1940, these outcomes encouraged patriotic KMT commanders to launch their first counteroffensive against the invaders. However, the KMT's low military-industrial capacity and limited experience in modern warfare led to their defeat. Afterwards, Chiang would not risk offensive campaigns given the miserable condition of his armies and the opposition to his leadership within the KMT officer corps and among the Chinese people. He needed his troops intact for urban pacification. However, there had been obvious victories for patriotic Chinese Hui forces in Suiyuan under generals Ma Hongbin and Ma Buqing routed the Japanese army and their puppet Inner Mongol forces. In so doing, they prevented the Ma Biao-led Hui Ma Biao 100 Regiments offensive in 1939 and 1940. The Japanese launched more than 109 small campaigns involving around 1,000 combatants each, and 10 large campaigns of 10,000 men each, to wipe out communist guerrillas in the Hebei, Shandong, Wang Jingwei. Jingwei's puppet government had its offensive against the CCP guerrillas. By 1940, the rebuilt Red Army was impressive. The extraordinary success and expansion of the 8th Route Army against the Japanese had 8th Route Army, Zhu De, and the rest of the military leadership ready to engage the Japanese army to win, and not just hold their own. Lin Biao, Mao, Deng and Zhu decided to give one of their best generals, Peng Dehuai, command of this greatest anti-Japanese operation the Red Army had yet mounted. On the eve of the battle, the communist forces grew to 400,000 men strong, in 105 regiments. From August 20 through December 10, 1940, the Reds launched 115 regiments into regular combat with Nippon's army. This was the first major campaign of the Communist Party of China's Communist Party of China National Revolutionary Army. Peng Dehuai against the Peng Dehuai Imperial Japanese Army. China. The battle has long been the focus of military history in the War Academy of the Chinese Communist Party. Zhu De and Peng Dehuai ordered a coordinated offensive by most of their regulars. They picked those with the highest ratings by their political officers. Accordingly, from the 115th Division they took 46 regiments, 47 from the 129th Division, and 22 regiments from the 120th Division. A total of 115 regular first-line regiments, or 35 Red Army divisions plus support troops. The offensive was against Japanese garrisons in cities that the Nipponese considered pacified, and against the railway lines linking them. The offensive kicked off on August 20, 1940, and continued through September 10. The Communist forces attacked the railway lines between the Communist base areas. The geographical objective was to link the base areas from Dezhou to Dezhou, Shanxi, Shijiazhuang, Hebei, Taiyuan, Datong. In northern Shanxi, Peng's order of battle consisted of 80 regiments attacking on August 22 with 35 regiments in reserve. The Red Army offensive succeeded in blowing up bridges and tunnels, ripping up track, and went on to attack Japanese garrisons frontally. About 600 miles of railways were destroyed, and the Jingxing coal mine. That mine was important to the Japanese war industry, and it was completely unusable for 6 months. The 100 Regiments offensive achieved the greatest military victory of the CPC during the war. It made Peng into a new national hero. He became chief of the PLA from 1954 through 1959. On December 5, 1940, the 8th Route Army issued 2 final reports. The first preliminary report detailed the dead and or wounded Japanese casualties at 12,645. 5,153 dead and wounded puppet troops. 281 Japanese POWs and 1,407 puppet troop POWs. 7 Japanese and 1,845 puppet troops defected. 293 strongpoints had been taken. The second final report detailed dead and wounded 20,645 Japanese casualties. 5,155 dead and wounded puppet troops. POWs at 281 Japanese and 18,407 puppet troops. Defected at 47 Japanese and 1,845 puppet troops. 2,993 strongpoints taken. These reports, drawn up by two separate teams of investigators, announced dead and wounded enemy troops at 21,338 Japanese and 46,000 puppet troops. In 2010, a Chinese article by Panzachin emerged to say the combat success result should be more than 50,000. By all accounts, the Japanese took terrific losses. The Red Army recorded about 600 miles of railway and 1,000 miles of road sabotaged, 213 bridges and 11 tunnels blown up, 37 train stations destroyed, 1.333 communication systems cut down, and 1,107 capsized cable posts for 150 miles of long cable were cut. The Jingxing coal mine stopped operating altogether. The Three Alls campaign. In the summer of 1941, the Japanese General Staff sent General Yasuji Okamura to take command of the North China Area Army. Okamura responded in force, reasserting control of railway lines and conducting aggressive mopping up operations in the rural areas around them. His orders were to implement a new strategy called the Three All. Meant kill all, burn all, and destroy all. Alls. This. Since the August 1937 Lushan Conference, the CPC Military Commission had discussed and debated how directly to confront the Japanese, some thinking about the magnitude of communist losses to the well-equipped Japanese. In the event, the 100 Regiment's offensive triggered the Three Alls campaign of the aggressors. It killed 22 million people, but most of these were civilians. The Red Army suffered relatively few losses. In fact, the genocide forced millions into the safety of the Red base areas where they went right to work farming, building the Red economy. This mass influx also promoted a tremendous increase in the number of volunteers enlisting in the Red Army. So on balance, the 100 Regiment's assault and the Japanese Three Alls response gave the Red Army everything it needed in terms of agricultural produce to feed a massive increase of the People's Liberation Army. It only remained to arm them. That would happen when the USSR entered the war against Japan and the Soviet Red Army turned over all of the captured weaponry to the Mao's Red Army forces in 1945. Japanese military theory 4 centuries out of date. From the days of the first shogunate, the military theory of the Japanese rulers had been to terrorize Koreans and Japanese or anyone else opposed to them by vicious brutality. Consistently, the shoguns had refused to give democratically dangerous weapons such as pistols and muskets to their troops, instead encouraging suicidal sword and spear attacks. The 20th century Japanese General Staff in Tokyo had learned nothing about modern warfare, except not to fight the Red Army, which had the most modern land and air armaments. Their suicidal troops had been massacred at Kokkenjiol and fled back into China. They still relied on the idea of terrorizing the Chinese people and hopefully their armies. That worked with Chiang's troops, who were recruited to loot and steal from their own people and had no desire to fight suicidal Jap troops. It certainly did not work against Reds. But Nippon's admirals and generals could not draw that simple conclusion given their feudal mentality. Accordingly, the Japanese invasion and occupation of China was just a pipe dream from the beginning. As long as the Chinese Communist Party had a base area and an army, it had to win eventually. Of course, the simple-minded Tokyo General Staff could not understand this simple truth. For that matter, the equally stupid US Joint Chiefs can't understand that in the 21st century. It's not genetics, it's class history. Back to our story. After 1940, the Japanese encountered tremendous difficulties in administering and garrisoning their seized territories. Their friendly puppet governments, most prominently the Nanjing government headed by former Wang Jingwei, were disobedient. Atrocities committed by the Japanese army left the puppets very unpopular. The Japanese had to settle for a large collaborationist Chinese army police force to maintain public collaborationist Chinese army. By 1941, the Red Army had Japan contained to the eastern coastal areas of China. Here they were constantly harassed by communist guerrillas. Japan was suffering increasingly higher casualties. It could not make any progress. Guerrilla. In 1942, U.S. observers, Marine Lieutenant Colonel Evans Carlson and his eventual commander, the President's son James Roosevelt, who rose from major to brigadier general in his Marine career, told Joint Chiefs Chief General George Marshall that the issue of Japan staying in China was in doubt. Their defeat was probable thanks to the Communists. To recap, there were two periods of Chinese resistance. First period, July 7, 1937. Battle of Marco Polo Bridge through October 25, 1938 and Fall of Wuhan. Fascist China had been unprepared for total war with Japan. Chiang had been occupied fighting against his own people, saying, The Japanese are a disease of the skin, the Communists are a disease of the heart. The Second United Front between the KMT and CPC was never truly implemented. Chiang never intended to implement it. But Chiang realized that to defraud money from the United States and other foreign nations, he had to act as if he was fighting. Thus, he used the best of his German-trained divisions, Shanghai, and pretended to make a stand at Shanghai. Despite the April 1927 massacre of communists and workers, Shanghai was still China's largest and most industrialized city. In 1938, the communists that were able to put steel into the patriotic KMT units Chiang had been forced to send. As we have seen, the battle for Shanghai lasted over 3 months, inflicting heavy casualties on the Japanese invaders. When Fakir Chiang thought he had done as much as he needed to do to get more money from the stupid Americans, he ordered his units into a retreat towards Nanjing. Despite Chiang's ulterior motive, the communists had been able to turn the battle into an enormous morale booster for the Chinese people. Afterwards, Chiang pitched the Americans and their allies that he had a strategy of trading space for time. The Chinese KMT army, he said, would put up fights to delay the Japanese advance to northern and eastern cities, allowing the home front, with its professionals and key industries, to retreat west into and levees, Chongqing, scorched earth, dams, create massive flooding, were intentionally sabotaged to Chongqing because of Chiang's strategy. Flooding. The real target was the civilian base of the communist guerrillas. Despite this scorched earth policy, and not because of it, Japanese advances began to stall. In late 1938, FDR was not taken in by Chiang's lies, and he sent his own representative, Lieutenant Colonel Evans Carlson, to see the patriotic KMT Chinese and the communists at Yan'an. Second period, October 25, 1938, the fall of Wuhan, December 1941. Before the Allies' declaration of war on Japan, the main patriotic Chinese objective was to drag out the war for as long as possible. In this way, the patriotic KMT generals hoped to exhaust Japanese resources while building up their own military capacity. FDR put General Joseph Stilwell in charge. Stilwell called this strategy winning by outlasting. Under Stilwell, the KMT army adopted the concept of magnetic warfare to attract advancing Japanese troops to definite points where they were subjected to ambush, flanking attacks, and encirclements. In major engagements, a most prominent example of this tactic was the successful defense of Chang'an, 1939. But Stilwell knew it was the Red Army that was beating the Japs in China. He knew that it was the 100 Regiment's offensive of September 1940, and the Red Army's continuing offensive in 1941 that had them on the run, and Stilwell knew the Red strategy was working. The cost of securing slave labor in China and its natural resources was becoming unbearable. Not to mention the effect on the Japanese army of the heavy casualties being inflicted on Japan's invading troops. Accordingly, he wanted to follow James Roosevelt's and Evans Carlson's recommendations to shift military support where possible to the Red Army. And FDR did so. Truman, the Lansky Gang president, put a stop to that. Another genocide. Japan's three alls. Communists and patriotic KMT units continued their resistance in occupied areas with guerrilla attacks supporting even larger-scale offensives from time to time. Then came the Red Army's 100 Regiments offensive. Afterwards, the Red Army's constant harassment and sabotage operations deeply frustrated the Japanese army. In response, the Imperial General Staff decided to go back to genocide once again, and they announced the three alls policy: kill all, loot all, burn all. It was during this period that another 25 million Chinese civilians were murdered. 1941 had seen the Reds contain Japan to north coastal China. The KMT retreated to the western interior. The Communists expanded from Yan'an to their newly linked base areas in Shanxi. The Red Army guerrilla forces controlled the vast northern countryside of China and did as they wished. In the occupied areas, Japanese control was limited to railroads and major cities. They did not have a major military or administrative presence in the vast Chinese countryside, where Chinese guerrillas roamed freely. Japan's victory was impossible. Lieutenant Colonel Evans Carlson and the President's son James Roosevelt told Joint Chiefs Boss Marshall exactly this, after Carlson's last visit to see Mao Zedong. 1942. Within a few days of the December 7, 1941 Attack on Pearl Harbor. Harbor, Chiang joined the Allies and formally declared war against Japan, Germany, and Italy. So, 1942 opened with the English-speaking world and the USSR in alliance in world war against the fascist bloc including Japan. The Chinese Communists were already at war with all of them. On Christmas Eve 1941, the Battle of Changsha was fought through January 15, 1942. Japanese invaders against patriotic Chinese soldiers. It was the first post-Pearl Harbor Japanese offensive in China, and was intended to British Commonwealth forces prevent KMT forces from reinforcing the Hong Kong. On December 25, 1941, Hong Kong was captured from the British. The Japanese decided to continue the offensive against Changsha. This offensive resulted in failure for the Japanese as patriotic KMT Chinese forces were able to lure them into a trap and encircle them. After suffering heavy casualties, the Japanese were forced to carry out a general retreat. President Franklin D. Roosevelt now referred to the United States, United Kingdom, Soviet Union and China as the world's four policemen. On December 27, 1941, the Japanese 3rd, 6th, 40th, 3rd, 6th and Yayang divisions massed at and advanced southward in 3 columns and crossed the Xinjiang River. They again tried to cross the Milhou River to reach Changsha. However, the Chinese formed a deep pocket around the city and set up ambush parties around the Luoyang River. Halfway from Milhou River and Changsha, the Japanese columns faced strong resistance from the Chinese. Its eastern column was forced to take a detour further east, and the other 2 columns had to move closer together than originally planned. During the southward advance, the Japanese encountered 3 Chinese army divisions that were pushed aside but not crushed. Those divisions retreated into the eastern mountains. Changsha had been evacuated except for the KMT army and some 160 civilians who wished to stay to help the defense. The defense was also stiffened by a significant number of British-supplied mortars, 2 batteries of French-supplied 75mm field guns and several anti-tank guns. In addition, of great importance were 8 new US-supplied M2A1 tanks. These were deployed within the city itself. These tanks proved to be of extraordinary value due to their all-round machine gun fire capability. On December 31, 1941, the Japanese troops attacked the southeastern defenses of Changsha but failed to make any gains. Subsequently, they attacked the southern and then the eastern parts of the city's defenses. Meanwhile, the northern part of the city suffered heavy bombardment from Japanese artillery. The Japanese cut through the first line of defense, but were unable to breach the second line of defense near the city center. On January 1, 1942, the Chinese counterattack surprised the Japanese with a bombardment using heavy guns, inflicting high casualties on them. At about the same time, the army units that had retreated to the mountains during the Japanese advance swept down to attack the Japanese supply lines with the aid of communist guerrillas. On January 4, 1942, the Japanese line collapsed. The 3 Japanese divisions were besieged, and requested the help of the Japanese 9th Independent Brigade stationed in Yayang. On January 9, 1942, however, this unit faced heavy fighting with the Chinese and was unable to relieve the besieged Japanese divisions. The besieged Japanese then attempted to retreat across the Luoyang River, not knowing that an ambush was waiting for them. The invaders lost heavily. The U.S. SACO located in Yangjiashan provided knowledge of Japanese naval movements in the Pacific to the American Navy. The translation service was run by the KMT intelligence agent Dai Li. From here, the Allies could monitor the Japanese ocean weather and its effects on weather near northern China. Chiang Kai-shek continued to receive supplies from the United States. However, through most of the war, sea routes to China and the Yunnan Vietnam Railway were closed. Therefore, between the Vietnam Railway were closed. Therefore, between the road in 1942 and its reopening as the closing of the Burma Lido Road in 1945, foreign aid was Lido Road. Largely limited to what could be flown in over the hump. Chiang really didn't care because what he wanted was cash, and such relatively easily shipped packages of US dollars could easily make it to him. On April 16, 1942, in Burma 7,000 British soldiers were encircled by the Japanese 33rd Division during the Battle of Yananjiang. The Chinese 38th Division rescued them. After the Doolittle Raid against Tokyo in 1942, the Japanese army conducted a massive sweep through Zhejiang, Jiangxi of China, searching to kill the surviving American airmen. In retaliation against Chinese civilians who aided them, the Imperial Japanese Army left behind a trail of devastation, including germ warfare, spreading cholera, plague, typhoid, and dysentery. Typhoid pathogens, and a death toll of 250,000 civilians. In 1943, despite the severe shortage of material, the Chinese were successful in repelling major Japanese offensives in Hebei, Chang'e, Chang and Stilwell. Chang'e. Chang was named Allied Commander-in-Chief in the China Theater in 1942. U.S. General Joseph Stilwell served for a time as Chang's Chief of Staff, while simultaneously commanding American forces in the China-Burma India Theater. Relations between Stilwell and Chang soon broke down due to the corruption and inefficiency of the KMT government. Stillwell wanted Chang to pursue an aggressive strategy. But Chang's interest was the same as it had been all his life, making money. Thus, he preferred a less expensive strategy of outweighting the Japanese, and its concomitant, more money for himself. Therefore, Chang continued to maintain his passive defensive posture despite Allied pleas to actively break the Japanese blockade. The US and other allies soon lost confidence in Chang's desire to conduct offensive operations, but they were stuck with him. Stilwell wanted to arm the communists, and he did. But the Red Army needed far more heavy equipment than the US could get to them. The US had no choice but to concentrate its efforts against the Japanese in the Pacific Ocean areas and Southwest Pacific area, employing in Southwest Pacific area Island hopping strategy. British Prime Minister Chang's Long Con Winston Churchill was reluctant to devote British troops, many of whom had been routed by the Japanese in earlier campaigns, to the reopening of the Burma Road. Stilwell, on the other hand, believed that reopening the road was vital as all of the ports of China were under Japanese control. British insistence that China send more troops to Indochina for use in the Burma campaign was seen by Chang as an attempt to shift costs to him. Naturally, he was against anything that would cost him money out of his very personal pocket. Chang wanted his crack. Army divisions shifted from Burma to eastern China. Why? Because defending U.S. airbases put him in a better position to extort what he called the dumb Americans. Number one dummy being the well-meaning USA General Claire Lee Chennault, who Chang easily conned. Stilwell knew Chang very well by now and was strongly opposed to this military farce. US and Canadian overseas Chinese had been recruited by Japanese intelligence to act as covert operatives in Japanese-occupied China. Employing their racial background as a disguise, their mandate was to blend in with local citizens and wage a campaign of sabotage against patriotic Chinese KMT and communist guerrilla units. These resistance fighters focused on destruction of Japanese transportation of supplies, signaling bomber destruction of railroads and bridges, and had been doing great damage. The United States saw the Chinese theater as a means to tie up a large number of Japanese troops and as a location for American airbases from which to strike the Japanese home islands. In November 1943, Chinese forces invaded northern Burma, encircling Japanese troops in Myat Kainan, captured Mount Song. Operation Ichigo Song. In 1944, with the Japanese position in the Pacific deteriorating rapidly, the Japanese General Staff mobilized over 400,000 men and launched Ichigo, their largest offensive of the Burma theater. Attacking the railway between Manchuria and Vietnam, it failed and they had to withdraw. Along the way, the Japanese brought major cities in Hunan and Guangxi under Japanese occupation because, as usual, Chang did not defend them. Stilwell recognized Chang's sabotage and tried to gain overall command of the Chinese army. Chang was able to get the gringos to side with him. In the showdown, Stilwell was replaced by Major General Cody Wiedemeyer. Chinese troops Albert. By the end of 1944, under the command of Sun Li-jen, attacking from India, and those under were Wei Luang were attacking from Yunnan, Mongyu, Yunnan. They then joined forces in Mongyu, successfully driving the Japanese out of North Burma and securing the Lido Road. The Lido Road was now China's vital supply artery, replacing the hump. Hunanan. In April 1945, Chiang's KMT opium trafficking units launched offensives retaking Guangxi. For this kind of money, the KMT soldiers would fight, as would their boss Chiang Kai-shek. Wiedemeyer, being an archetypical, dumb American, missed all this and planned to launch Operation Carbonado in summer 1945 to retake Guangdong. That would give the U.S. a coastal port. From there, he planned to drive north to Shanghai. However, the August 1945 atomic bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, and the Soviet invasion of Manchuria hastened. Soviet invasion of Manchuria. Japanese surrender, and Wiedemeyer's dream evaporated. Flashback. Free China. End of Second Anti-Japanese Alliance. The CPC defined areas without Japanese, puppet or KMT occupation as Free China. The Civil War continued in the Second United Front between the Reds and the KMT in areas outside of Free China. Occasionally in a few parts of the front against Japan, the Reds and the KMT did collaborate. This joint action occurred despite Chiang, rather than because of him, as he always opposed the alliance he had agreed to at Xi'an. In December 1940, the situation came to a head when clashes between Communist and KMT forces intensified. Chiang claimed he would stop the fighting if the CPC's new Fourth Army evacuated Anhui, Jiangsu, and provinces. The Communist Party made a last-ditch attempt to save the CPC-KMT alliance and told its new Fourth Army commanders to leave Anhui and Jiangsu. In January 1941, the Red Army was ambushed by KMT forces during their evacuation. This ambush had been another Chiang deceit and led to several thousand Communist soldiers' deaths. It also ended the Second United Front. This was happening during the 100 Regiment's offensive against the Japanese in the north. If Chiang had had any sincerity whatsoever to honor his Xi'an agreement, this would have been the time to do so. Instead, he chose to help Japan by attacking the Reds in violation of his own truce promise in Anhui and Jiangsu. Despite the rejoined war between the CPC and KMT, the US and the Soviet Union attempted to prevent a disastrous civil war. After the new Fourth Army incident, US President Franklin D. Roosevelt sent special envoy Franklin D. Roosevelt, Lachlan Curry, to talk with Chiang Kai-shek and Lieutenant Colonel Evans Carlson to talk with Mao Zedong. Stalin sent his ambassador to the Red Republic of China to see what the USSR might be able to do to help the Reds now that he had destroyed the Japanese in the August 1939 battle over Mongolia at Kokengol. Post-World War II intentions of contestants. Because of these USA and USSR efforts, there was a temporary and superficial peace between the Reds and the Chiang fascists. It lasted until 1943 when Chiang attacked the CPC with the propaganda declaration China's Destiny. This was Chiang's declaration of war for the post-Japanese defeat period. The Reds answered in kind with their own declaration for what they called New China. Both leaders knew that a final deadly battle was about to begin. The way World War II developed globally was to the advantage of the CPC. Its guerrilla war tactics had won them popular support within the Japanese-occupied areas. People under assault by the genocide of Japan's Three Alls campaign, burn all, kill all, destroy all, took the Red side. The KMT's collaboration with the main Japanese campaigns to take over the country proved costly to Chiang Kai-shek and his unfortunate troops. In 1944, Japan launched its last major offensive, Operation Ichigo. Another punished the people campaigning of Japan to punish those in KMT areas for betraying them. The campaign resulted in a severe weakening of Chiang's never-competent armed forces. World War II Summary. July 7, 1937 to September 9, 1945. From 1937 to 1945, World War II was fought primarily between the Communist Party of China's Red Army against the Empire of Japan. After the Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor in December 1941, the China Theater. World War II. Pacific War was a major front in the war. The China Front was the largest Asian war in the 20th century, accounting for the majority of civilian and military casualties of the entire Pacific War. 25 million Chinese civilians and over 4 million Chinese and Japanese military personnel died from combat, massacres, and famine. The War of Japan against China was caused by the decades-long Japanese imperialist policy of expanding politically and militarily, to secure access to raw material reserves and other economic resources of China, particularly food and labor. It occurred at the height of the Japanese ruling fascists. Associations. Imperial Rule Assistance Association. Hideki Tojo. Cabinet. It was approved by Emperor Showa. Before 1937, China and Japan fought in localized engagements called incidents. On September 18, 1931, the first incident was the Japanese invasion of the Chinese province of Manchuria by its Kwangtung army, with the seizure of the Manchurian city of Mukden. During World War II, Mukden was liberated by the CPC's Red Army and is now Shenyang, in China's Liaoning province. On February 18, 1932, the second incident occurred when Japan declared the Manchu state, Manchukuo, to exist. On September 15, 1932, the third incident happened when Japan recognized its puppet state and installed Puyi as its emperor. The Chinese city of Changchun. Changchun was renamed Xinqing by the Jap imperialists. CPC Red Army cadre in Manchuria organized volunteers to oppose the Japanese. What had been the hope of the Jap caps for a servile labor force to rape China's vast natural resources was turned instead into a war front. Puyi was an effete non-entity whom was never more than a figurehead. Real authority rested in the hands of the Japanese military officials. However, as part of keeping up appearances, an imperial palace was specially built for him. The Manchu ministers served as frontmen for their Japanese vice ministers, who made all decisions. Jing Zhaoyuk served as Puyi's first prime minister until 1935, when Zhang Jingwa succeeded him. In 1937, the fourth incident was the Marco Polo Bridge incident. This marks the beginning of total war between the two countries, because the communists formally took up the gauntlet. Initially, the Japanese had a major victory in the Battle of Shanghai. By the end of 1937, Japan captured Chiang's capital at Nanking. This happened after the KMT army failed to stop the Japanese in Nanking. Chiang's government relocated to Wuhan, Chongqing, Wuhan, in the Chinese interior. By 1939, after communist victories in Changshan, Guangxi, Japan's lines of supply and communications were stretched to their breaking point, deep into the Chinese interior. A temporary stalemate arose. The Japanese were also unable to defeat the Chinese communist forces in Shanxi. Here, the Reds performed sabotage operations against the Japanese using guerrilla warfare tactics to support their main regular armies in Changsha and Guangxi. On December 7, 1941, the Japanese attacked Pearl Harbor. The following day, December 8, 1941, the United States declared war on Japan. The United States began to aid China by airlifting material over the Himalayas. After the closing of the Burma Road. But it was hard to get that equipment to anyone that would use it because Chiang Kai-shek only wanted the cash. The people who could use it to fight were in the north, i.e. the Reds. In 1944, Japan launched a massive invasion, Hunan, and conquered Changsha. However, this failed to bring about the surrender of Red Chinese forces. Allied Expeditionary Force resumed its advance into Burma. In 1945, and completed the Lido Road, linking India and China. At the same time, China's Red Army launched large counteroffensives in South China, retaking Guangxi. Japan surrendered on September 2, 1945. 1945, to Allied forces following the atomic bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki in the Soviet invasion. Japanese held Manchuria. Of Manchuria, left behind were millions of Nipponese soldiers in China and East Asia. On September 9, 1945, the remaining Japanese occupation troops in China, excluding Manchuria, formally surrendered. International Military Tribunal for Far East convened April 29, 1946 at the November 22 to 26, 1943 Cairo Conference. The Cairo Conference, Allies of World War II had decided to punish the aggression of Japan and restore all the territories that Japan had stolen from China. This included Formosa, Manchuria, Pescadores, Formosa, and the Manchuria. Pescadores. Taking charge was Chiang's so-called Republic of China. The victors also agreed to expel Japan from the Korean Peninsula. China was recognized as one of the Big Four allies during the war by the US, Britain, and France. The USSR refused to deal with the fascist regime of Chiang Kai-shek as it collaborated with Japan. A separate conference had to be held for the Soviet participation. Chiang's regime became one of the 5 permanent members of the United Nations Security Council. Insistence of the USA at the things to finish. After Japan's August 1945 defeat in World War II, Deng Xiaoping traveled to Chongqing, the city in which Chiang Kai-shek had established his fascist regime headquarters during the Japanese invasion. Deng was to participate in peace talks between the Kuomintang and the Communist Party. The results of those negotiations were negative, and military confrontation between the two antagonists resumed shortly. In the final phase of the 1945 to 1949 Civil War, Deng Xiaoping was political commissar of the 2nd Field Army commanded by Liu Buqing. In this capacity, Deng disseminated the ideas of Mao Zedong, which were now the ideological foundations of the Communist Party. His political and ideological work, along with his status as a veteran of the Long March, placed him in a privileged position within the party to occupy positions of power in the Communist Party thenceforward. Deng Chongqing Mayor on October 1, 1949, Deng attended the proclamation of the People's Republic of China in Beijing. At that time, the Communist Party controlled the entire north of China. There were still parts of the south held by the Chiang's fascist regime. Deng became responsible in his capacity as first secretary of the Department of the Southwest for the South's liberation. Mao wanted him to mop up the remaining fascist forces. Deng organized the final takeover of that KMT part of the country. Part of his plan focused on the southwest was Tibet's liberation. But that would have to wait another year. Deng closed on Chiang's fascist headquarters as he fled Guangzhou. Chiang had been dreaming about establishing a new capital at Chongqing, long enough to get the dumb Americans to ship more planeloads of money to him. Much as the fascists in Kiev today hold out until the last gringo planeload of shrink-wrapped US dollars lands on their tarmac. Anyway, Chiang Kai-shek and his son, Chiang Ching-kuo, were waiting on the Chongqing tarmac for the B-29s, where they did get several shipments of cash, before the Red Army actually got to that airstrip and they had to run. In late November 1949, Deng's Communist Army occupied Chongqing. The Reds then entered Chengdu, the last bastion of power of Chiang Kai-shek. Full circle. At that time, Deng took over as mayor of Chongqing, in addition to being the leader of the Communist Party in the southwest. The Communist Army, now renamed the People's Liberation Army, rounded up Chiang's gangsters unlucky enough not to have escaped with their boss. Deng Xiaoping would spend 3 years in Chongqing, the last city where he had studied in his teenage years before going to France. Called to Beijing in July 1952, he moved to Beijing to assume the posts of vice premier and deputy chair of the Committee on Finance. Soon after, Deng took the posts of Minister of Finance and Director of the Office of Communications. In 1954, these finance jobs were handed to a finance commissariat. Deng as deputy premier had a new full-time job now. In 1956, he became head of the Communist Party's organization department and a member of the Central Military Commission. 1958. Great leap forward in 1958, after China's first 5-year plan. Mao called for grassroots socialism in order to accelerate his plans for turning China into a modern industrialized state. In this spirit, Mao launched the Great Leap established Great Leap Forward People's Communes in the countryside and began the mass mobilization of the people into collectives. Many communities were assigned production of a single commodity, e.g. steel. Mao vowed to increase agricultural production to twice 1957 levels. Backyard furnaces. The Great Leap was an economic failure. Why? Because unprepared farmers attempted to produce steel on a massive scale, partially relying on to achieve the production targets set by local cadres. The steel they produced was of low quality, and useless for modern machine tool purposes. The Great Leap refocusing of agrarian labor time reduced harvest sizes. It led to a decline in the production of most goods except this substandard pig iron and steel. Furthermore, local authorities frequently exaggerated production numbers, hiding and intensifying the problem for several years. In the meantime, chaos in the collectives, bad weather, and exports of food necessary to secure hard currency resulted in food shortages. Production fell dramatically. Production moving in 1957, Deng supported Mao Zedong in his anti-rightist movement. He anti-rightist movement. Also became party. Secretary General. As such, he was the head of the Secretariat. This Chinese party government cabinet ran the country's daily affairs, along with the Prime Minister Zhou Enlai and the President Liu Shaoqi. Deng's orientation was to emphasize economic efficiency over the disorganization that had come with the Great Leap Forward. That Great Leap attempt to get production moving had failed. Both Liu and Deng supported Mao in the ideological campaigns of the 1950s. Those campaigns focused their attacks on the bourgeoisie and capitalists, while promoted Mao's ideology. However, as we have seen, the Great Leap Forward did not get the economy moving. While Liu Shaoqi and Deng Xiaoping were taking charge of economic policy, trying to get production moving. Peng Dehuai, the hero of the 100 Regiment's offensive, openly criticized Mao over the failure of the Great Leap. In an attempt to maintain political unity, Mao agreed to cede the presidency of the People's Republic of China to Liu Shaoqi, while retaining his positions as leader of the party and the army. In 1963, Deng traveled to Moscow for the 20th Congress of the CPSU. This was the biggest international meeting since Khrushchev's attack on Stalin in 1956. Deng was leading the Chinese Party's delegation. The first such meeting since the Sino-Soviet split had split the international communist movement. Deng was to meet with Stalin's successor, Nikita Khrushchev. Relations between the People's Republic of China and the Soviet Union had steadily plummeted since the death of Stalin. Sino-Soviet split was out in the open officially, and the international movement divided. There was an almost total suspension of relations between the two major communist powers. China made the split clear in Long Live Leninism and the differences between Comrade Togliatti and us, and its sequel more on the differences between Comrade Togliatti and us. In China, Liu and Deng's economic reforms of the early 1960s were popular in restoring many economic institutions dismantled during the Great Leap Forward. However, Mao could see that China was heading down the same, modern revisionist, course as the USSR after Stalin. He was determined to prevent that, no matter what the cost. Cultural Revolution. Appealing to the masses' revolutionary spirit, Mao, with his tremendous personal prestige, launched the Cultural Revolution. He encouraged the masses to root out the right-wing capitalists who had infiltrated the party. Along the way, Deng was sometimes mistaken as the second-in-command of the capitalist roaders faction. Deng was far from that, but the entire Cultural Revolution was theoretically poorly comprehended, and it was natural for honest people to disagree. Why so? Theoretical quandary. This Cultural Revolution course reflected an old, deeper problem for Marxist-Leninists. On the one hand, Marx and Engels' dialectical historical materialist theory of the science of history draws on the tripartite model of technology, forces of production, and social organization, relations of production, as the base of society. Upon this social base, called the mode of production, arises the third component, ideology, as the social superstructure. The theory holds that technology is the generator and negative feedback governor on social organization. On the other hand, the theory also holds a determining role for human and individual humans to act consciously to overcome problems in the social base, the other two components, i.e., technology and social organization. An example on point was that is what Lenin had done when he created the Bolshevik Party and its theory of democratic centralism. There was room for very human mass action, in other words, to attack the problems confronting China, whatever they may be. The Cultural Revolution was theoretically sound, in other words. However, would this particular application of mass power work as well as Lenin's creation of the Bolshevik Party? There was only one way to find out. Try it. That was the theoretical foundation for the experiment of the Cultural Revolution. Deng Xiaoping Cultural Revolution. 5 years of exploratory steps. In 1959, Mao set the scene for the Cultural Revolution by removing powerful officials with revisionist beliefs. Mao's struggle began at the Lushan Conference, in which Peng's criticism of Mao's Lushan Conference forward led to Peng's ouster. Great Leap. Liu Shaoqi, by criticizing Wu Han, the writer of the play Hai Rui, dismissed from office. By criticizing and removing Wu Han from power. In 1965, Mao proceeded against his chief rival within the party, Chairman Mao planned also to remove his superior in Beijing, Peng Jinjin, who was one of Liu Shaoqi's closest supporters. In other words, the campaign against Wu Han and Peng Jinjin was the opening shot against President Liu Shaoqi. This literary controversy began when Beijing Deputy Mayor Wu Han published a historical drama entitled Hai Rui Dismissed from Office. In the play, a corrupt emperor dismisses an honest civil servant Hai Rui, the allegory being Mao as the corrupt emperor. In February 1965, Mao asked his wife, Jiang Qing, to get involved. She had only been allowed to work in cultural matters after the party strongly disagreed with Mao over his decision to marry her in 1938. She got involved by enlisting Shanghai writer Yao Wenyuan to publish an article criticizing Wu Han's play for its counter-revolutionary content. Yao's article boldly alleged that Hai Rui dismissed from office was really an allegory attacking Mao. That is, Mao was the corrupt emperor and Peng Dehuai was the honest civil servant. You will recall that Peng Dehuai was the hero of the 100 Regiment's offensive and now boss of the PLA. Yao's article put his boss, Beijing Mayor Peng Jinjin, a powerful official and Wu Han's direct superior, in a tight spot. Peng Jinjin was the head of the five-man group that was supposed to investigate the Hai Rui play matter, as part of the greater task of determining how to fight against revisionism. Peng Jinjin was on the defensive now. This was serious because of the fact that Peng Jinjin was head of the committee commissioned by Mao to study the potential for a cultural revolution. Peng Jinjin knew he was implicated when Wu wrote the anti-Mao play and Yao had attacked it. He tried to contain Yao's influence. Therefore, Yao's article was initially only published in select local newspapers because Peng had prevented its publication in the nationally distributed People's Daily. To the degree he could, he stopped other major newspapers from publishing Yao's article. He told these newspapers to write exclusively about academic discussion and not pay any heed to Yao's petty politics. This was a direct attack on Mao's orders. Mao counterattacked, firing Yang Shankin, director of the party's general office, an organ that controlled internal communications, installing in his stead staunch loyalist Wang Dongxing, head of Mao's personal security. Clearly, Mao was not going to tolerate even the possibility of a coup against himself. In December 1959, Defense Minister and Mao loyalist General Lin Biao Luo Ruiqing, accused of being anti-Mao. At that time, Luo was the chief of staff of the People's Liberation Army, PLA. In the Politburo, Mao pushed for an investigation of Luo. The upshot was a denunciation of Luo, and he was dismissed after delivering a self-criticism. Luo's removal secured the military command's loyalty to Mao. For the next 5 years, the battle against revisionism would be fought in the press. For example, in the extensive analysis as Long Live Leninism, on the differences between Comrade Togliatti and us, and then more on the differences between Comrade Togliatti and us. Serious steps to be taken. The February outline. On February 12, 1966, Mao returned his attention to Beijing Mayor Peng Jinjin. The five-man group issued a report known as the February Outline. The outline implied that the party center defined the Hai Rui play as constructive academic discussion, which it certainly was not. Hai Rui was an attack against Mao. However, the five-man group February Outline had an aim. That aim had been to put some distance between the Hai Rui play and Peng Jinjin as far as political implications were concerned. Mao was not fooled. Mao's wife Jiang Qing and Yao Wenyuan renewed their denunciation of Wu Han and Peng Jinjin. Meanwhile, Mao sacked propaganda department director Liu Dingyi, a Peng Jinjin ally. The Liu's removal fight gave Mao control of the press. Mao would deliver his final blow to Peng Jinjin at a high-profile Politburo meeting through loyalists Kangxing and Kangxing. Chen Boda. They accused Peng Jinjin of opposing Mao. The February Outline was the evidence of Peng Jinjin's revisionism. He and 3 others were denounced as part of the Pengluo Luyang anti-party clique. On May 16, 1966, the Politburo formalized the decisions. It released an official document condemning Peng Jinjin and his anti-party allies. The Politburo disbanded the five-man group and replaced it with the Maoist Cultural Revolution Group. CRG, Cultural Revolution Group. I remember this very well as I had only been married for 2 months and May 16th was my 24th birthday. My wife and I were deeply involved organizing Los Angeles for Progressive Labor Party, which was then the Chinese lining CP in the USA. May 16 notification. In May 1966, an expanded session of the Politburo began in Beijing. This Politburo expanded meeting was more of a party conference. As such, it was intended to launch a campaign to mobilize the Politburo into activating Mao's struggle against revisionism. Accordingly, the conference featured Mao's political papers on class struggle. It reviewed the indictments of the recently ousted leaders Peng Zhen and Luo Ruiqing. For example, those representatives of the bourgeoisie who have sneaked into the party, the government, the army, and various spheres of culture are a bunch of counter-revolutionary revisionists. Once conditions are ripe, they will seize political power and turn the dictatorship of the proletariat into a dictatorship of the bourgeoisie. Some of them we have already seen through, others we have not. Some are still trusted by us and are being trained as our successors, persons like Khrushchev, for example, who are still nestling beside us. This text, which became known as the May 16 notification, summarized Mao's ideological justification for the Cultural Revolution. It implied that there are enemies of the communist cause within the party itself. It said this has always been true for every working-class vanguard party. In the Soviet Union, these enemies had succeeded in replacing Stalin's Leninism with Khrushchev's revisionism. Now, in China, these enemies wave the red flag to oppose the red flag. The only way to identify these people was through the telescope and microscope of Mao Zedong thought. The party leadership united in approving Mao's agenda. The charges against formerly esteemed party leaders like Peng Zhen rang alarm bells in the CPC's de facto opposition. Deng Xiaoping gets involved on May 25, 1966, guided by Chao Youyu, wife of Maoist Yuanzi, a philosophy lecturer at Peking University, made a Yuanzi, a philosophy lecturer at Peking University, made a Kangxing. Nia. Big character. Poster, Dazabao, and posted it on a wall for public bulletins. In their poster, Chao and Ye attacked Beijing University's party administration and its leader, Lu Ping. Chao and Ye insinuated that the university leadership, like Peng Zhen, was trying to contain revolutionary students in a sinister attempt to oppose the party and advance revisionism. Then, Mao endorsed Chao Nie's Dazabao as the first Marxist big character poster in China. Chao Nie's call to arms, now sealed with Mao's personal stamp of approval, had a ripple effect across all educational institutions in China. Students everywhere began to revolt against the party establishment of their respective schools. On June 13, 1966, classes were cancelled in Beijing primary and secondary schools. This was followed by a decision to expand the class suspension nationwide. The idea being to bring these students into the fight against revisionism in their classrooms and then on the streets. Throngs of young demonstrators lined the capital's major thoroughfares, holding giant portraits of Mao, beating drums, and shouting slogans against his enemies. After seeking Mao's guidance in Hangzhou, Liu Shaoqi and Deng Xiaoping decided to send in work teams. The idea being to give ideological guidance to the massive demonstrations via squads of cadres. Mao approved and urged the schools and peoples daily to restore some semblance of order and re-establish party control. The hastily dispatched work teams had a poor understanding of student sentiment. The movement was focused on established party cadres. Many of these were part of the work teams. Therefore, the work teams came under increasing suspicion for being yet another group aimed at thwarting revolutionary fervor. The party leadership subsequently divided over whether or not work teams should remain in place. Liu Shaoqi insisted on continuing work team involvement and suppressing the movement's most radical elements, fearing that the movement would spin out of control. That was the end of him. Bombarded the headquarters on July 16, the 72-year-old chairman Mao took to the Yangtze River in Yangtze River, Wuhan, with the press in tow. This became an iconic swim across the Yangtze, demonstrating Mao's battle readiness. Mao subsequently returned to Beijing on a mission to criticize the party leadership for its handling of the work teams issue. Wuhan. On July 24, 1966, Mao accused the work teams of undermining the student movement, calling for their full withdrawal. Several days later, in a rally at the Great Hall of the People, Mao announced his decision in the work teams matter and set the new tone. Party leaders told the masses assembled to not be afraid and bravely take charge of the movement themselves, free of party work team interference. On July 28, 1966, Red Guard representatives wrote to Mao, calling for rebellion and upheaval to safeguard the revolution. Mao then responded to letters by writing his own big character poster entitled "Bombard the Headquarters." It meant to rally the people to target the command center of counter-revolution. Mao wrote that a new class of bourgeois elite was thriving in positions of authority in the government and the Communist Party. Mao was being interpreted as directly indicting not only Liu but also Deng Xiaoping. The personnel changes at the full Politburo meeting reflected a new party's hierarchy more attuned to the demands of the moment. Liu and Deng kept their seats on the Politburo Standing Committee in name only. Lin Biao was elevated to become the party's number one behind Chairman Mao. There was a thorough reconstruction of the entire national bureaucracy of the Communist Party. The extensive organization and propaganda departments were taken over by the Cultural Revolution Group. On August 1, 1966, the 8th full session of the 11th Central Committee convened to advance Mao's agenda. At the plenum, Mao showed outright disdain for Liu, repeatedly interrupting Liu as he delivered his opening day speech. For several days, Mao continued to denounce revisionist opposition to his revolutionary vision. However, it was clear that many attendees were revisionist in sympathy. Red Guards. Destruction of 4 olds. On August 8, 1966, the party's Central Committee passed its decision concerning the Great Proletarian Cultural Revolution, later to be known as the 16 Points. This decision defined the Cultural Revolution as a great revolution that touches people to their very souls and constitutes a deeper and more extensive stage in the development of the socialist revolution in our country. The implications of the 16 Points were far-reaching. It elevated what was previously a student movement to a nationwide mass campaign that would galvanize workers, farmers, soldiers and lower-level party functionaries to rise, challenge authority, and reshape the superstructure of society. Although the bourgeoisie has been overthrown, it is still trying to use the old ideas, culture, customs, and habits of the exploiting classes to corrupt the masses, capture their minds, and stage a comeback. The proletariat must do just the opposite. It must meet head-on every challenge of the bourgeoisie to change the outlook of society. Currently, our objective is to struggle against and crush those people in authority who are taking the capitalist road, to criticize and repudiate the reactionary bourgeois academic authorities and the ideology of the bourgeoisie and all other exploiting classes, and to transform education, literature and art, and all other parts of the superstructure that do not correspond to the socialist economic base, so as to facilitate the consolidation and development of the socialist system. On August 18, 1966, over 1 million Red Guards from all over the country gathered in and around Tiananmen Square in Beijing for a personal audience with the chairman. My mentor and first dedicatee of this series, Frank Pastana, stood with Chairman Mao in the reviewing stand. Lin Biao took center stage at this August 18th rally. Lin vociferously denounced all enemies in Chinese society that were impeding the progress of the revolution. Mao sends Deng away for 7 years. It was inevitable, given his leading role for so many years in the party and the government, that Deng Xiaoping would be branded as following a bourgeois reactionary line. Accordingly, Mao had him sent away for a period of re-education 3 times. The last time he went to work in a Jiangxian jean factory. All in all, he was gone for 7 years. 7 years later, Mao recalls Deng in March 1973, with a fragile economy, and Zhou Enlai falling ill to cancer. Mao recalled Deng Xiaoping to the political scene, taking up the post of vice premier. This was the first of a series of promotions approved by Mao. In January 1975, ill health and age forced Zhou Enlai to withdraw from active politics. Mao placed Deng in charge of the government, party, and military. Deng earned the additional titles of PLA General Chief of Staff, Vice Chairman of the Communist Party, and Vice Chairman of the Central Military Commission in a short time span. Against Deng's return, the speed of Deng's rehabilitation took the radical camp, who saw themselves as Mao's rightful political and ideological heirs, by surprise. Mao was using Deng as a counterweight to the ultra-left faction in government. He also needed to suppress any remaining influence of those formerly loyal to Lin Biao. Mao had lost confidence in the ability of the Gang of Four to manage the economy. He knew Deng was loyal to the Communist Party and a competent and effective leader. Deng's return set the scene for a protracted factional struggle, Zhou and Deng against Madame Mao and the Gang of Four. Jiang Qing and her associates controlled the mass media and the party's propaganda network. Zhou and Deng held control of most government organs. On some decisions, Mao sought to mitigate the gang's influence. On others, he acquiesced to their demands. The Gang of Four's heavy hand in political and media control was one thing. However, it did not prevent Deng from reinstating his economic policies. Deng emphatically opposed party factionalism and promoted unity as essential to restoring economic productivity. Much like his post-Great Leap restructuring, Deng streamlined the railway system, steel production, and other key areas of the economy. By November 1975, however, Mao saw that Deng's economic restructuring might negate the legacy of the Cultural Revolution. He launched a campaign to oppose, rehabilitating the case for the rightists, implying Deng might be the country's foremost rightist, after all. Mao then directed Deng to write self-criticisms. A month later he changed his mind. Death of Zhou Enlai. On January 8, 1976, Zhou Enlai died of bladder cancer. On January 15, 1976, Deng Xiaoping delivered Zhou's official eulogy in a funeral attended by all of China's most senior leaders. Mao himself was absent, probably because his health was failing rapidly. After Zhou's death, Mao selected neither a member of the Gang of Four nor Deng Xiaoping to become premier. Instead, Mao chose the relatively unknown Hua Guofeng. The Gang of Four grew apprehensive that spontaneous, large-scale popular support for Zhou could turn the political tide against them. They acted through the media to impose a set of restrictions on overt public displays of mourning for Zhou. Years of resentment over the Cultural Revolution, the public persecution of Deng Xiaoping, seen as Zhou's ally, and the prohibition against public mourning led to a rise in popular discontent against Mao and the Gang of Four. Official attempts to enforce the mourning restrictions included removing public memorials and tearing down posters commemorating Zhou's achievements. On March 25, 1976, Shanghai's Wen Huibao published an article calling Zhou the capitalist roader inside the party who wanted to help the unrepentant capitalist roader Deng to regain his power. These propaganda efforts at smearing Zhou's image, however, only strengthened public attachment to Zhou's memory flowing off Deng's back. Tiananmen incident on April 4, 1976, on the eve of China's annual Qingming Festival, a traditional day of mourning, thousands of people gathered around the Inn monument to the people's heroes, Tiananmen Square, to commemorate Zhou Enlai. The people of Beijing honored Zhou by laying wreaths, banners, poems, placards, and flowers at the foot of the monument. The most obvious purpose of this memorial was to eulogize Zhou. But the Gang of Four were also attacked for their actions against the premier. A small number of slogans left at Tiananmen even attacked Mao himself and his Cultural Revolution. Up to 2 million people may have visited Tiananmen Square on April 4. All levels of society, from the poorest peasants to high-ranking PLA officers and the children of high-ranking cadres, were represented in the activities. Those who participated were motivated by a mixture of anger over the treatment of Zhou, a desire to revolt against the Cultural Revolution, and apprehension for China's future. The event did not appear to have coordinated leadership but rather seemed to be a reflection of public sentiment. On April 6, 1976, the Central Committee, under the leadership of Madame Mao, Jiangqing, labeled the event counter-revolutionary. They cleared the square of memorial items shortly after midnight. Attempts to suppress the mourners led to a violent riot. Police cars were set on fire and a crowd of over 100,000 people forced its way into several government buildings surrounding the square. Many of those arrested were later sentenced to prison work camps. Similar incidents occurred in other major cities. On April 7, 1976, Jiangqing and her allies targeted Deng Xiaoping as the incident's mastermind, and issued reports on official media to that effect. Deng was stripped of all positions, inside and outside the party, marking his second purge in 10 years. Death of Mao. Arrest of Gang of Four. On September 9, 1976, Mao Zedong died. To China, his death symbolized the loss of the revolutionary foundation of the nation. His death was announced on the afternoon of September 9. A press release was issued entitled, "A notice from the Central Committee, the NPC, State Council, and the CMC to the whole party, the whole army, and to the people of all nationalities throughout the country." The nation descended into grief and mourning, with people weeping in the streets. Public institutions closed for over a week. Hua Guofeng chaired the funeral committee. Shortly before dying, Mao had written Hua saying, "With you in charge, I'm at ease." Hua used this message to substantiate his position as successor. Hua was seen to be without ambitions. He seemingly posed no serious threat to the Gang of Four in the race for succession. On October 10, 1976, however, the gang's radical ideas also clashed with influential elders and a large segment of party reformers. With PLA backing and the support of Marshal Yi Jianying, Deng sent Yi Jianying Special Unit 8,341, arresting all members of the Gang of Four. Their day was over. 3 years shortest interregnum. In 1976, Hua Guofeng publicly denounced the Gang of Four and continued to invoke Mao's name to justify Mao-era policies. Hua spearheaded what became known as the Two Whatevers. whatevers. Namely, whatever policy originated from Chairman Mao, we must continue to support, and whatever directions were given to us from Chairman Mao, we must continue to follow. However, like Deng, Hua wanted to reverse the damage of the Cultural Revolution. Unlike Deng, who wanted to propose new economic models for China, Hua intended to move the Chinese economic and political system towards Soviet-style planning of the early 1950s. He would have to give way to Deng. Why? Because it became increasingly clear to Hua that, without Deng Xiaoping, it was difficult to continue daily affairs of state and government. On October 10, 1976, Deng Xiaoping personally wrote a letter to Hua asking to be transferred back to state and party affairs. Party elders also called for Deng's return. And it was made so. The Deng Xiaoping administration. I began this chapter, 26, with the same title. But to set the stage for understanding how it came to pass that it was Comrade Deng who inherited Mao's role, after the shortest of interregnums, I had to proceed from the beginning of his life and career. The biography of his daughter is by far the best source. I met her in Las Vegas not so many years ago, where a meeting of the U.S.-China People's Friendship Western Regional Meeting was being held. Frank Pastana's health was deteriorating as he approached the end of his life. He had asked me to go representing him in the Los Angeles chapter. Her biography is entitled My Father Deng Xiaoping. Now we can turn to the period of the first true post-Mao CPC government with its program of socialism with Chinese characteristics. In 1977, Hua named Deng vice premier. Hua later promoted Deng to other positions, effectively catapulting him into becoming China's second most powerful figure. In August 1977, the party's 11th Congress convened in Beijing, officially naming, in ranking order, Hua Guofeng, Yi Jianying Deng Xiaoping, Li Xianyan, and Wang Dongqing Standing Committee as leaders of the Politburo. In May 1978, Deng seized the opportunity to elevate his protege, Yao Bang, to power, who published an article in the Guangming Daily, using Guangming Daily Mao's quotations supporting Deng's ideas. Hua was in support of Deng. On July 1, 1978, Deng publicized Mao's self-criticism report of 1962. This was Mao's criticism of the failure of the Great Leap Forward. In September 1978, Deng began openly attacking Hua Guofeng's two whatevers. And so it begins on December 18, 1978, the pivotal third full session of the 11th Central Committee convened. At that Congress, Deng called for a liberation of thoughts and urged the party to seek truth from facts, and abandon incorrect dogma. This Congress officially marked the beginning of the Deng Xiaoping era, end of the Cultural Revolution experiment. Hua Guofeng engaged in self-criticism and called his two whatevers a mistake. Wang Dongqing, a trusted ally of Mao, was criticized. At the Congress, the party reversed its verdict on the Tiananmen incident. Disgraced former leader Liu Shaoqi was rehabilitated and given a belated state funeral. At the fifth plenum held in 1980, Peng Jinjin, He Long, and other leaders purged during the Cultural Revolution were politically rehabilitated. Hu Yaobang became head of the party as its general secretary. In September 1980, Hua Guofeng resigned and Zhao Ziang, another Deng ally, was named premier. Deng remained the chairman of the Central Military Commission. A new generation reversed Cultural Revolution policies almost in their entirety. Revisiting how Mao brought Deng back. Lin Biao was killed in an air crash while trying to flee from China after unsuccessfully trying to stage a coup against Mao. Deng Xiaoping came back as the most influential of leader of the PLA. When Premier Zhou Enlai fell ill with cancer, Deng became Zhou's choice as successor. In 1974, Mao had brought Deng back into politics as first vice premier. In practice, Deng was running daily affairs where he focused on reconstructing the country's economy, stressing unity as the first step by raising production. Getting the economy moving was the central problem from day one of the PRC on October 1, 1949. The remnants of the Cultural Revolution remained. The ultra-left group in the Politburo known as the Gang of Four, led by Mao's famous wife, the former Green Gang actress Jiang Qin, still had power within the party. The gang saw Deng as their greatest challenge to power. They were unsure as to whether Deng would destroy what they considered the positive achievements of the Cultural Revolution. Against rehabilitation. In late 1975, Deng had been asked to draw up a series of self-criticisms. Although he admitted to having taken an inappropriate ideological perspective at one time, while dealing with state and party affairs, he said his policies were essentially correct. His antagonism with the Gang of Four became increasingly clear. Mao refused to accept Deng's self-criticisms as sufficient. He asked the party's Central Committee to discuss Deng's mistakes more thoroughly. Self-criticisms. In January 1976, Zhou died. There was an outpouring of national grief. Zhou was a very important figure in Deng's political life, and this was well known in the party and the nation. After delivering Zhou's official eulogy at the state funeral, the Gang of Four began the so-called criticize Deng and Hua. Opposed the rehabilitation of right-leaning elements. Campaign. Guofeng, not Deng, was selected to become Zhou's successor. On February 2, 1976, Mao asked the Central Committee to exonerate Deng altogether. They issued a top priority directive, TPD, officially transferring Deng to work on external affairs. The TPD removed Deng from the internal apparatus. Deng stayed at home for several months, awaiting his fate. Meanwhile, the political turmoil halted the economic progress Deng had made for China in the past year. On March 3, 1976, Mao acceded to his wife's demands and issued a directive reaffirming the legitimacy of the Cultural Revolution. However, he specifically pointed to Deng as an internal, rather than external, problem. A Central Committee directive issued to all local party organs to study Mao's directive, and criticize Deng followed this. On September 9, 1976, Mao Zedong died. Deng's reputation had suffered a severe blow when the Qingming Festival, after the massive public mourning of Zhou on a traditional Chinese holiday, culminated in the Tiananmen Incident of 1976, an event the Gang of Four branded as counter-revolutionary and threatening to the CPC in power. Furthermore, the gang accused Deng of masterminding the incident. This was the climax of the Gang of Four campaign for total power. Indeed, as Mao predicted, the nature of things was about to change. Because Mao died on 9 September 1976. And with his passing so went the power of Madame Mao, Jiang Qing. With her ouster so went her allies. They were all gone within 30 days. Arrested by the special unit on Deng's orders with PLA and 8 elder support. Deng's theory takes command in October 1976. Hua Guofeng, Mao's hand-picked successor, wanted to rid the party of Jiang Qing and her ultra-left extremists. He agreed with Deng in the removal of the Gang of Four from the levers of power. Deng then emerged as the de facto leader of China. On July 22, 1977, Deng was restored to the posts of Vice Chairman of the Central Committee, Vice Chairman of the Military Commission, and Chief of the General Staff of the People's Liberation Army. Hua pardoned Deng for any errors he may have committed and conceded the top leadership positions to him. By 1980, that transition had taken over 3 years to be completed. Deng allowed Hua to remain in the Central Committee and quietly retire. Deng said that the Cultural Revolution had utterly failed in getting production moving in China. However, it was an experiment that had to be done. The results taught as much in failure as they would have had they been positive. The Cultural Revolution had made the party and the nation aware of the danger of modern revisionism. Having said that, there was little more to be said on its behalf. Socialism with Chinese characteristics. The price of that education had been to retard China's industrialization. Now it was time for all Marxists to finally concede that there is only one foundation for the socialist stage, and that is a fully modernized technological component in the social base. And to concede its concomitant. Namely, that it was now time to get on with that mode of production construction. To do so, the CPC needed a new program to create socialism as socio-cultural evolutionary stage. A program that always kept in mind the conditions and characteristics of China. That is, socialism with Chinese characteristics. Beijing Spring. Which allowed open criticism of the excesses and suffering of innocent victims of the ultra-left. He announced the abolition of the preferential class background system in favor of promotion by merit. This opened doors to hard workers even if they had a family history of privilege. The idea being to encourage the merits of hard work. Kuala Lumpur, Bangkok, Singapore. Lee Kuan Yew. Deng was very impressed with Singapore's economic development, greenery and housing. Accordingly, China sent tens of thousands of Chinese students to Singapore and other countries around the world to learn and bring back their knowledge. December 1978 11th Central Committee Congress. By December 1978, the rise to power of Deng as paramount leader was inevitable. Even though Hua Guofeng formally monopolized the top positions in the People's Republic, Hua realized that it would be best to retire and turn over these offices to persons more attuned to the new course. This was the analog to Molotov taking over of the Soviet government in 1930 from Rykov, we discussed in Chapter 12. In December 1978, during December 1978, during the Third Plenum of the 11th Central Committee Congress of the Communist Party of China, Deng was handed the reins of government power. 1979. Beginning in 1979, the industrial reform accelerated the market model based on the idea of a Chinese-style, Leninist NEP. Its goal was to unleash the talents of energetic entrepreneurial types while maintaining state-owned enterprises. Replacing the commune system in agriculture gave the farming masses the responsibility to manage the land they cultivated, and to gain the rewards of good management by selling their products on the market. Finally, in 1979, Deng said China was sufficiently powerful under the CPC and its PRC government to open its economy to foreign investment. Thus, the new program would accelerate the international opening to the capitalist world market. On January 1, 1979, the United States recognized the People's Republic of China as the only China, abandoning Chiang's Republic of China. Business contacts between China and the West exploded. The aerospace company Boeing announced the sale of 747 aircraft. Coca-Cola to various airlines in the PRC made public their intention to open a production plant in Shanghai. In early 1979, Deng undertook an official visit to the United States, meeting President Jimmy Carter in Washington as well as several congressmen. The Chinese insisted that ex-President Richard Nixon be invited to the formal White House reception. During his U.S. visit, Deng inspected the Johnson Space Center in Houston, as well as the headquarters of Coca-Cola in Atlanta and Boeing in Seattle. Deng made it clear that the new Chinese government's priorities were economic and technological development. Deng was true to his famous 1961 pronouncement. It doesn't matter whether a cat is black or white, if it catches mice it is a good cat. In 1980, Deng promoted Guofeng. In 1981, Zhao Ziyang, Hu Yaobang, to the premiership, relieving Hua. Yaobang was appointed to the post of party chairman. His team in place, Deng could accomplish his purpose of advancing the four modernizations. These were the modernization of the economy, agriculture, scientific technological development, and national defense. And Deng announced an ambitious plan of opening the economy. In 1981, Deng took the position of chairman of the Central Military Commission. By 1987, Portugal had agreed to return its colony of Macau to China. By 1999, the agreement was equal to that of Hong Kong with the Brits. The return of these two territories was based on political principle formulated by Deng himself called one country, two systems. The idea being coexistence under one political authority of capitalism and socialism like the NEP in the Soviet Union. Although this theory was applied to the cases of Hong Kong and Macau, it seems that Deng intended to also present it as an attractive option to the people of Taiwan for eventual incorporation of that island into the PRC. Growth over production. The 1982 population census revealed the extraordinary growth of the population, which already exceeded 1 billion people. Deng continued the plans initiated by Hua Guofeng to restrict births to only one child per family, under pain of administrative penalty. It would be several decades before this policy ended, and the party again began to encourage reproduction. The renewal plans of Deng Xiaoping should not be misunderstood to mean that capitalist propaganda and its issuers would be tolerated. That could lead to a traitor Gorbachev kind of fifth column. In October 1987, at the plenary session of the National People's Congress, Deng was re-elected as chairman of Central Military Commission. Having the guns in safe hands is always the key to stable state power. Simultaneously, Deng resigned as chairman of the Central Advisory Commission and was succeeded by Qin Yun. The rapid economic growth of China presented several problems. 70-year plan. Deng listed industrial and agricultural ways of entering the global capitalist marketplace. He put forward 3 steps suitable for the economic. The first step was to double the 1980 GNP. This in order to ensure that the people have enough food and clothing. This was to be attained by the end of the 1980s. The second step was to quadruple the 1980 GNP by the end of the 20th century. In the event, it was achieved in 1995, 5 years ahead of schedule. The third step was to increase per capita GNP to the level of the medium-developed countries by 2050. The PRC will achieve a moderately prosperous society by 2020. At the 19th Party Congress, Xi Jinping announced that the second phase of advanced socialism would be complete by 2048. Then the Chinese people will be fairly well off, modernization realized, and the preparation for modern communism complete. Against modern revisionism, correction of cultural revolution. Deng continued to adhere to Mao's analysis of modern revisionism in the USSR. He encouraged public criticism of the Cultural Revolution as the only way to learn from the negative results. Zhao Ziang replaced Hua. Also Zhao Ziang, Hu Yaobang, became party chief instead of Hua in 1981. The party and the nation accepted these changes as inevitable and positive. 8 elders. Important decisions were always taken in Deng's home. There are a caucus of 8 senior party cadres called 8 elders. Elders met regularly and included Qing Yunan, Li Xianyan, Xianyan. Deng ruled as paramount leader, although he never held the top title of the party. He was able to successively remove 3 party leaders, including Hu Yaobang. Deng remained the most influential of the CPC elder cadre. Deng's elevation to China's new number 1 figure meant that the historical and ideological questions around Mao Zedong had to be addressed properly. Because Deng wished to pursue deep reforms, he had to find new ways to continue Mao's hardline, class struggle, policies and public campaigns. On June 27, 1981, the Central Committee of the Communist Party published on the various historical issues since the founding of the People's Republic of China. In this document, Mao retains his status as a great Marxist, proletarian revolutionary, militarist, and general, an undisputed founder and pioneer of the country and the People's Liberation Army. His accomplishments must be considered before his mistakes, the document declared. Deng personally commented that Mao was 7 parts good, 3 parts bad. The document placed the prime practical responsibility of the failure of the Cultural Revolution to the counter-revolutionary cliques of the Gang of Four and Lin Biao. It was clear also that the entire ultra-left idea of an ideological prime mover, as opposed to a technological one, was at bottom the reason for the failure. After 1987, Deng's only official posts were as chairman of the State and Communist Party Central Military Commissions. It is worth noting that this is the way Lenin ran the Bolshevik Party. You will recall our discussion of the Bolshevik Holy Trinity in Chapter 10. In this ideal situation, the party develops policy that is then implemented by the government bureaucracy and the state, military and police. Economy. Improving relations with the outside world was an important shift in Deng's program of reforms and openness. The goals of Deng's reforms were